Yeah, they tell you that you should quit trying. You were too small, that you were too young. They tell you the chance is too slim, the world is too big, but you say how come? I'm ready to light a new fire, raise a new flag to cross a new sea. And if I'm ever the one in your way, then put your head down and run right through me. I keep settling for so much less. Don't take what's given, just demand what's next. We're looking for an open door, so we didn't see before. So we can get out of here. Plot twist that we didn't see coming. We're looking for an open door, so we didn't see before. How will we get out of here? We'll never stop running. It's something like a shadow in the valley, colossal. Open up your eyes, young one, and be watchful. Behind closed doors, trying to write a new gospel. They are not God, they're not even apostles. I come with the dumb drum banging you breathless. Enemies freeze, left bent and defenseless. Straight for the chest of anybody against us. The more they resist it, the more that they tempt us. I keep settling for so much less. Don't take what's given, just demand what's next. We're looking for an open door, so we didn't see before. So we can get out of here. Plot twist that we didn't see coming. We're looking for an open door, so we didn't see before. And when we get out of here, we'll take off and never stop running. So I keep settling for so much less. Don't take what's given, just demand what's next. We're looking for an open door, something we didn't see before. So we can get out of here. Plot twist that we didn't see coming. We're looking for an open door, something we didn't see before. And when we get out of here, we'll take off and never stop running. No, no, we'll never stop running. No, no, we'll never stop running. When we get that open door, no, no, we'll never stop running. No, no, we'll never stop running. No, no, we'll never stop running. When we get that open door, no, no, we'll never stop running.
All right, there we go. Okay, there's the audio. Of course, technical difficulties, but when you get back, I apologize. Give me a second here. There we go. All right, I'm back, y'all. And hopefully the Bulls are back. I mean, this was rough. It was rough watching the Bulls when you're sick and you're already kind of depressed, and then the team sucks, so then you get more depressed. But all right, I'm here. Good to see Magugula. I apologize to everybody for lack of streams. I was very sick all of last week. Long story short, I went on a trip with one of my friends. He was sick on the trip, and then I got sick after. So I'm still kind of fighting through it, and I'm currently on antibiotics, so like I'm exhausted throughout the day still. So bear with me, but I'm glad to be back and talking Bulls basketball again. You can probably hear my voice isn't normal. and I do like get out of breath quickly. So just be aware of that for this stream. I'm gonna try to get through as much as I can here. I want to do like a long stream, but I don't know how long I'll last because I tire pretty quickly right now. But we need to talk about a lot of things. I have not been able to talk to you guys as the Bulls went on that 4-game losing streak and lost 2 straight to the Knicks. I want to talk about that, but obviously, first things first is this post game where the Bulls finally got a win. They broke their 4-game losing streak to the Miami Heat. And this was, really good to see, as all the reports coming out today was, hey, the Bulls are on fire and about to crash and burn. We had reports from Shams Charania, which I wouldn't even consider that a report. I thought that was basically just him kind of notifying the rest of the NBA, like, hey, the Bulls are struggling right now. Nothing in that report was news to me. Basically everything that he said in that report, I already knew. Bulls fans already knew. The beat writers for the Bulls have already covered all that. His topic was, Levine and DeRozan were fighting each other, or not seeing eye to eye or whatever. But he didn't give any evidence to support that, so that didn't matter to me. But what did matter to me was the tweet. First it was Joe Coley, and then it was Casey Johnson, who then tweeted out saying that, like, hey, this is actually legit. And it said the Bulls had a halftime exchange that mostly involved being, teammates upset at Zach, and that there were issues in the locker room during the halftime of that game. And, that when the Bulls beat writers report on this, that's what caught my attention, because these are the trustworthy guys when it comes to the Bulls locker rooms and all the news that comes out of the Bulls. So this was huge. So this comes out, an hour or a few hours before, or an hour and a half before the tip-off for this game tonight, and I'm like, all right, we're gonna really see what this Bulls team is about, right? This is either this team is gonna take this fight and crash and burn, or they're gonna take this fight and come together and actually put on a good performance. And tonight we saw the Bulls actually play defense for once, as the last 4 games they have not played defense at all, including 150 piece for the Minnesota Timberwolves in their last game. And tonight we saw everybody was engaged defensively, and that was awesome to see. I want to go over a few things on a few plays when I can on the good defense by the Bulls. But then offensively, this is the part that I think is just kind of, people are kind of just skipping over. Like, the offense has struggled for the Bulls this season. It's been a problem. But in this game, you shoot 54% overall. You shoot 41% from three-point range, and obviously 24 attempts from the free throw line, which is something the Bulls always do. But Nikola Vucevic had a phenomenal game. We saw the big three have great games all around on efficient shooting, and it looked like the Bulls were more connected on the offensive end than we've seen in prior games, which is huge, because all this team is all they have is they need to pass the ball. They have all these great offensive talented players, but they got to move the ball. They got to find open teammates, and obviously at the end of the day, you have to hit shots. But you saw that the Bulls' offense looked a lot better in this game. I will say, though, that in the second quarter, the Bulls had a little bit of a rough stretch. We saw the Bulls, you can see here just by the box score, that the second quarter, I'm talking about specifically the start of the second quarter, the Bulls didn't score a bucket for 4 straight minutes. So there's still these runs that this team goes on where the offense is dead. And to me, that can't happen. But luckily, after a struggling second quarter, the Bulls, the rest of the way, had a good second half on offense with limited turnovers and good ball movement, and finding Vucevic, which was huge. So that's obviously really good to see. What's up, Noel? Glad to see you. I'm still recovering, but I'm glad to be back. So overall, it's good to see this team do well. I know this Miami Heat team is missing Jimmy Butler. They're missing Kyle Lowry, but you still got Tyler Hero and Bam Adebayo playing tonight. And the Heat are no slouches, and they're also missing some other key role players as well. But we just saw this Bulls team lose to the Minnesota Timberwolves when they didn't have Karl-Anthony Towns or Rudy Gobert. So it has to start somewhere with this Bulls team to get back on the right track. You won this game. And now the real test to me, like, this is good, good. They showed up defensively. The offense was overall good. You finally won a game. But to me, the test comes tomorrow. Can you replicate the same performance tomorrow? And you can lose that game tomorrow. And, like, let's say the Bulls lose tomorrow and the score is like 95-80 something. Like, I'm fine with that. It's just that at least shows me that defensively that you're still engaged. So I'm more worried tomorrow is on a second game of a back-to-back. Can you replicate this performance? Can you replicate the defense that we saw tonight? If you can, I have a little bit more faith with this roster, or most notably, I guess, this group. But if you can't, then I feel like we're just back to square one again with this team. So I'm really looking forward to tomorrow, because this is going to be the real test for this Bulls team, is if they're actually back on track or not. I hope that scuffle or fight or heated argument they had on Sunday at halftime helped this team. I really truly hope it helped. I just hope it doesn't crash and burn this team, because that's a very big possibility for a team that has not played a lot of time, has not had a lot of time together. So we'll see, but step in the right direction tonight. Tomorrow's the real test against the Atlanta Hawks. You have to replicate this defensive effort against the Atlanta Hawks tomorrow, or else, to me, it's just like, oh, we're back to being inconsistent. So good job tonight. Let's see what you do tomorrow. I want to point out a couple things, though. I thought the Bulls' defense did exactly what you're supposed to tonight, which is you protect the rim first, you protect the paint first, let the opposing team shoot threes. And the Miami Heat, they're one of the teams that will jack up threes consistently. They have Duncan Robinson, Tyler Hero, Max Strus, all these guys that are shooters on this team. They're going to shoot the ball, and they're very good shooters. And they made 15 threes tonight out of 44 attempts, which is pretty low percentage for them. But the biggest thing to me is you protected the paint. That's what this defense is supposed to do, is protect the paint first. That's always what they're supposed to do. Miami had 40 points in the paint tonight. That's exactly where you should have, if you're the Bulls, that's exactly your target goal. Only allow the opponent to score 40 points in the paint. They did that tonight. And yes, the Miami Heat hit 15 threes. They hit more threes than you, but they only scored 103 points. This is the reason why the defense is geared to protecting the paint first, because you're going to be willing to give up these open shots. Yes, the Bulls need to shoot more threes. I think we all know that. But defensively, it's all about protecting the paint first. That's all that's all it's about. So they did that tonight, and that's the starting point. You protected the paint first. You didn't allow the Miami Heat to just get a bunch of dribble penetration right into the lane and either lay it up or try to score in the paint, or do a kick and drive, or drive and kick, for open 3-point looks. The Bulls offense was definitely doing much better job passing, 24 assists, and finding the open guys. But I think the biggest thing for me was that on offense, we saw guys do a much better job of understanding when to take space. And we'll probably look at a few plays of that later in the stream. But to me, that's huge. It's like we saw basically similar offensive sets by this team. So it wasn't much change to the offense, but we saw guys moving better off ball, understanding when should I cut, when should I fade back to the 3-point line, when do I take space, and when do I try to give more space to the ball handler. That's what we need to see on the offensive end. And to me, that's more important than shooters or anything on this team. It's about understanding how to be an effective player off ball, and we saw that tonight. Rebounding wise, the Bulls won a rebounding battle. I would have liked to see this a little bit higher, but it's all right. And yeah, the biggest issue right now, as I think Magula showed or put in the chat earlier, was the turnovers. The Bulls had 11 turnovers in the first half. They cleaned it up in the second half, but during this hard little stretch of 4 minutes without a bucket to start the second quarter, the Bulls had multiple turnovers during that stretch. Can't happen. So that needs to get cleaned up quickly. If you do that, offense should be a lot better. But the turnovers needs to get cut down. I want to see this around 12 or 13 per game. 16 is a little too much. You can't have 11 and a half. So that's definitely something the Bulls can still work on after this game. And then I mentioned earlier, I thought the big three did exactly what they're supposed to do. Vucevic actually, we all talked. Everyone's talking about Vucevic having one hell of a game. he did exactly that. And they established him down in the post, which is good against a team that switches everything. So they did that right. And then they found him for 3-point looks later in the game, which he knocked down, which is great. DeRozan, I think, kind of got off to a little bit of a rough start, but then found his way in the second half, which is good to see. And then I thought Zach had an overall good game, and people were like, everything was all eyes on Zach coming into this game. It was all about Zach apparently was the whole point, was a big part of the argument, and that he needs to be held accountable as a max contract player, etc., etc. And guess what, guys? He showed up tonight. So I think Zach did exactly what we wanted him to do. And to me, it's not necessarily about his efficient offense. It's more about his defense. He played defense tonight, and he played very good defense tonight. And that's what we need to see from Zach. I still think there's a little of few defensive miscues overall as a team, but we saw the defensive effort tonight. We saw the rotations. We saw everybody scrambling, which is good to see. So good starting point. Again, do it tomorrow though. So yeah, I'm happy to see this at least. As finally the Bulls got out of their rut of having some horrible games against the Knicks and then obviously against the Timberwolves. So hopefully this is a step in the right direction. I know a lot of Bulls fans are calling for the tank. I'm personally calling for some moves to still be made. I don't think this team is going very far right now, even if they fix their effort on the defensive end. But it's just good to see at least that some of the key pieces are finally looking a little bit better compared to what we saw last week. Going on, Noel. Kobe White was fantastic. I agree. Kobe played better than the numbers. Oh, he for sure did. For me, again, like I don't really look too hard at the efficiency, numbers. I more worry about what's going on the defensive end of the court right now. Because the offense, I just feel like it's just a broken thing that just can't be fixed at this very moment in time. Because even tonight, like there was good offensive moments tonight, but we only put up 113 points against a Miami Heat team that is missing some key guys. So like to me, the offense is just like it can't be fixed right now. The defense can be fixed though, and that's where Kobe White making that hustle play that we saw. The biggest thing for me though is that I saw Kobe on the weak side rotations looked a lot better because he's also one of those guys that failed to help on the weak side. But he was there tonight. He did a good job of that, but also did a good job of running with Duncan Robinson, running with Tyler Hero, those guys that come off those screens to shoot. He did a good job of sticking with them, and that's what I care about more. So yeah, Kobe 3 of 10. I don't care about that. I care about the fact that he played defense and was effective on that end and wasn't, a problem on the defensive end of the court, because we've seen Kobe White be a problem this year on the defensive end of the court. So that was really good to see, in my opinion, and I hope this continues for Kobe, and he's becoming valuable to this Bulls roster. I would assume right now, after that injury, he's been kind of out of the rotation. I think they're not using him correctly right now, and I think Donovan needs to give him more minutes, but right now, Kobe White is ahead of Ayo Dosunmu in the rotation, and deservedly so. So Kobe's playing well off the bench. I thought Dragic played a good game as well off the bench. So good bench help tonight by the Bulls overall. Even the numbers don't necessarily say that, but it's still, at the end of the day, it comes down to everybody playing defense. That's what it comes down to. The big three to the 12th man, they have to all play defense. They have to all be engaged and give effort on the defensive end of the court. You do that, this is what happens, where you can actually win. And you can win games that are winning on the defensive end of the court instead of winning games on the offensive end of the court. So good to see there. And the offense, to me, it needs to figure itself out soon. I just think it's a broken system right now. And part of it's on Donovan, part of it's on the player personnel, et cetera, et cetera. But like the offense right now, to me, the first step is just limiting the turnovers, because we cannot continue turning the ball over at this rate right now if you're the Bulls. If you turn the ball over or have an empty possession, you're feeding the opposing team points. It's just straight up facts. I don't care how good your transition defense is. I don't care if you have, LeBron James in his prime coming in and blocking shots off the fast break. If you turn the ball over, or if you don't put up a good shot, it feeds the opposing team points, because transition offense is at its all-time high in the NBA right now. That's the issue. If this Bulls offense could just, at the very least, limit their turnovers, it looks a whole lot better to start, and then we can start worrying about the lack of efficient offensive shots and, guys not playing exactly that well. We can worry about that later. But first, limit the turnovers, because you see here, everybody had at least two turnovers that has the ball in their hands, right? This is the part where it's like, this has to get cut down. 3 by P. Will, 2 by Alex, 3 by Vucevic, 2 by Levine, 2 by DeRozan, 2 by Derrick Jones Jr. That can't happen. That needs to get fixed quickly, and I hope that's the first step in the right direction to fixing the offense. But again, to me, defensively, it needs to start there first. I don't want to worry about the offense until the defense is officially fixed, which we're going to see about that tomorrow. What's going on, Unstoppable? Good to see you. I'm still kind of sick, still recovering. Play Dalen Terry at the point. Let's see what happens. I'm not against Dalen Terry minutes right now, but I don't know about necessarily him running the point. I would rather have Dragic or Io run the point right now, but so far it's been Caruso running the point. He's not necessarily the playmaker, but he's kind of the guy running the point right now, and I'm gonna let that be for now, at the very least. But we'll see about that later in the season. So yeah. Now I want to get into a few plays here from the film of this game, and then I want to talk to you guys about the Bulls struggling and what they should do. Trade deadline, etc., etc. Should they trade everybody? Should they trade Zach? Should they trade DeMar? Should they trade Vooch? And should they trade everybody? And who stays, who goes, and should they actually hit the rebuild button? Guys, I feel like a lot of Bulls fans right now, they're like, yeah, we should. Even big Bulls fan Kenny Beecham, king of the fourth quarter, put out a video saying the Bulls need to blow it up. So it's gotten to that point. I'm definitely, I'm not saying hey, there's not an issue here. There's a serious issue here, guys. And yes, tonight was a good step in the right direction, but things have to get better, right? It's not exactly as if everything is perfect right now. I think it's better for Dalen Terry to get some consistent G League minutes before he starts playing here. So Terry's definitely getting some consistent G League minutes right now. If I was gonna play him right now, it'd be at the wing position. I just don't think that's gonna happen right now. There's too many wings on this roster to figure it out. So I do like that the Bulls are using Dalen Terry as like a point guard / combo guard in the G League. So I think that's the right decision right now, is to kind of let him come into his own in the G League for now, at the very least. Because I honestly have faith that he's gonna be a good player. Just right now, his hitch and his jump shot is scary, and I hope he kind of figures that out first. But yeah, so I want to see if I can pull up a play here. I apologize if the noise is here, but one thing I want to point out is the defensive end, and how I thought. I'm trying to make sure that I have my audio off. How I thought the Bulls defensively looked a lot better in this game, and I think this is the play that I'm talking about. Yeah, right here. This is the first thing. Everyone's pointing out or yelling at Zach. After that Minnesota game, which deservingly so. But right here, this is, even though Bam Adebayo makes this shot, this is good defense. Okay, and the first thing I want to point out in this play right here is, look at where Patrick Williams is. The Bulls aren't switching this for some reason. I don't know why. I think this should be a switch because this is a small lineup and P. Will is basically your 5. But right here, the Bulls aren't switching this. And I pointed out in that Minnesota game that yes, we can talk about the weak side help being wrong, and yes, we can talk about the weak side help being god awful and no one's rotating, and Zach's not rotating, DeMar's not rotating, Kobe's not rotating. But I was also looking at that Minnesota game, and I'm like, the point of attack defense is god awful right now, and that does not help the weak side defense at all. If you look at this play right here, Dragic gets through the screen and stays on Max Strus, but P. Will's up, right? He's not back here, which we've seen a lot this season, and it's been told by, or it's been said by Billy Donovan that the Bulls aren't playing a drop. So I'm like, okay, if the Bulls aren't playing a drop, they're not playing a blitz. So is this an ice coverage? Which it kind of looks like it. So this right here to me is extremely important, because if you're not dropping, you have to be up here, which P. Will is. He's up. He's up being the ball handler right now, which because he's up, it helps Zach understand, oh, I have to move over now. Because I'm going to show you a clip later here that shows you where Vucevic is like back here. And so Zach doesn't know when to move on over because Vucevic is back here. And Zach's like, I don't know when to come on over. You're covering up the paint right now. I can't leave my man if you're here in the paint. There's nowhere to help. So this right here is a good start for the Bulls defense, which is the point of attack, which is these defenders guarding the pick and roll. It starts here, right? P. Will, if he's back here, if he's all the way still standing in the paint, Zach is not going to come on over from his man because there's a guy in the paint already. There's no reason for Zach to be there. So it starts at the point of attack. This is where it all starts. And see P. Will up here, Dragic gets over the screen. Zach's like, okay, P. Will's up. I have to now move over and cover Bam Adebayo, who's going to be coming through the lane right here. And guess what? Because the point of attack was better, Zach's there. And it ends in a layup. But Zach's there. That's all you can ask for, right? And that's a tough layup for Bam. He made it, but it's a tough layup. And that's exactly what we want to see, right? We want to see the weak side help because that wasn't there, right? But I'm also arguing, like, the point of attack defense, like, yes, the weak side help isn't there, but the point of attack defense has to be good too. We can't just be blaming the weak side defense, because if the point of attack is bad, the weak side defense doesn't know what to do. And that's where I'm still kind of like trying to figure out this Bulls defense right now. I don't know what Donovan is exactly running, and I don't know if the players know that either. So it's just interesting to me to see, like, okay, maybe the Bulls are running a nice coverage, and we just haven't known this entire time. But hopefully things are getting figured out here. It looks like they are, and the Bulls should be kind of doing a lot better. I want to show. Let's see here. There's a play that I like defensively. I thought the Bulls did a really good job guarding. So let's see here. Let's just watch this play as we get through this. Like, first off, Vucevic is up, right? Zach's in the right spot. He's making sure he takes his man, right? Zach's man's all the way over here, but Zach's doing the right job. If Vucevic is up, then this defense works. So you don't get anything here. I believe they swing this around, if I'm not mistaken. Oh no, I'm wrong. Okay, never mind. Let's see how they guard this. Yeah, this is whatever. There's a play that I thought the help defense for the Bulls looked really, really solid. And it was early in the game, and I want to find it, but we'll find it later. But this is all things that have to be pointed out to this Bulls team. It has to be better when when there's a pick and roll coverage. The point of attack, which involves Vucevic in the pick and roll, has to be up and covering up the ball handler effectively, so that the rest of the guys on the team understand, oh, I need to come help weak side now. That's important. And the Bulls did that tonight. That was huge to see tonight, and I can't be mad for what I saw tonight. It's just, my biggest question again is, will they do it tomorrow? Who knows, man? Who knows? And I think it's going to be interesting to see what the Bulls actually do tomorrow. Dear Lord, I hope it's going to go well. Other play I want to point out was this play right here. I was very confused with what I heard on the broadcast, but this is what I want to see from the Bulls. Okay, let's watch this. This is another pick and roll coverage here. Okay, so Tyler here comes up. All right, here we go. Pick and roll. First off, again, Vooch is up. Okay, he's not back here. If Vooch is back here, this is broken, right? It starts here, and then Caruso did a good job getting through the screen and sticking in Tyler Hero's hip. That's good. Now, because Vucevic is up here, right? He will sees, all right, I need to go and cover Bam Adebayo as he comes running through this lane off a pick and roll. So, what happens? Tyler Hero gets caught up with the ball, okay? He throws it all the way over across the court to Max Strus. Again, Bam Adebayo was not open here because P. Will came off of him and decided to cover him, which is the right decision. And right here, this is a great pass with Tyler Hero. That's a good contest by P. Will. Max Strus hit the shot. And on the Bulls broadcast, I heard Stacey King, well, you see what happens when the defense gets collapsed. Like, this is how the shooters get open for the Miami Heat. And I'm like, Stacey, this is what you've been calling for this entire year, which was that P. Will is supposed to come over on the weak side and help. And all of a sudden, Stacey's like, that wasn't a good defensive play. That made no sense to me. And I tweeted it out, and I'm like, this is what we wanted to see. Yes, Max Strus hit the shot, but you're protecting the paint first, and that's the first thing. That's the first thing at the top of the agenda for the Bulls. You protect the paint first. Yes, they have shooters everywhere, but you can let the shooters hit those shots if they somehow make it. Like, if Max Strus is taking a billion threes, like, I would rather take that instead of seeing Bam Adebayo get a billion layups, right? So it comes down to that for this Bulls team. And I thought the Bulls did a good job of that all night tonight. So good to see. Terry played some point in college. He did, but I always say in college that it's a different game. It's a much different game in college than in the NBA. I think running the point in college is kind of like a loose term, and there's a big difference between running the point in college versus running the point in the NBA. It's a much slower game in college, with a lot of different sets and defenses. So, yeah, Terry ran the point in college, but I'm not pigeonholing him. I don't want to be like, oh, he's only a wing or he's only a combo guard. Like, we'll see if he can play point. But for now, it's like I'd rather have him be in the G League, kind of let him get some minutes and kind of figure himself out there. And then once we kind of know what he is, from spending time in the G League, then we can bring him up and be like, all right, we know what you are, whether you're a point guard, shooting guard, small forward, whatever, we know what you are. And so we can play you in the correct position when he comes up. So yeah. Something else that is interesting is Fios is getting some solid assists. Yeah, and I'm gonna show you a play that I really like that the Bulls did with P. Will. That does exactly that. Do you think he could build his body into a 40 as the frame for it? He does have the frame for it. I wouldn't be shocked if, let's say, Jalen Terry is just like a forward, in the NBA at the end of the day. If he can, build his body to it, because again, a forward, like a power forward in today's game, is just a bigger small forward, right? Or sometimes not even a bigger small forward. So I wouldn't be shocked. But I think right now, I would like to see Terry more on the perimeter right now, because I think his length on the perimeter is going to be more effective than him, being at the 4 position and being a help defender. But yeah. Let's see. In the past few games, yeah, is Dalen Terry ceiling Luka? No. I don't think he's Luka Doncic. I would definitely disagree with that. But he's definitely intriguing. I'll say that. His ceiling is Mikal Bridges. I disagree, actually. I think his ceiling is a little bit better than Mikal Bridges, because what Mikal Bridges doesn't do is put the ball on the floor. And Mikal Bridges has gotten better at that recently. Like, I'm seeing Mikal Bridges become like a better, off the dribble scorer recently. But to me, I can see Dalen Terry being more of like a point, kind of like a point forward in the offense, and Mikal Bridges isn't that. Mikal Bridges is the definition of a 3-and-D player that does it at an extremely high level. I think Dalen Terry can do a little bit more than that. In terms of ball handling and playmaking and being able to run the pick and roll effectively, where he's an actual option in the pick and roll. But what I don't know about with Terry is his 3-point shot, because Mikal Bridges is a damn good 3-point shooter. Does Terry have that? That's the question mark, right? Yeah. Not really anywhere near what Luka is, but he poses almost every skill that Luka has. So if you're talking about, like, you know, when we look at Luka as his frame and, you know, as a ball handler, and, you know, passing ability, yes, I understand that comparison. But what he doesn't have is a shot making ability that Luka Doncic came in at, you know, age 19. That's something that Dalen Terry does not have right now. And that's what separates Luka from, you know, everyone else. Is that Luka Doncic has that ability to make a shot anywhere on the court. The news that come out, do you see a trade happening either for Zach or DeMar? So yeah, we're going to get into that a little bit later on Unstoppable. I want to talk to you guys and hear your thoughts on this, because I know I missed a lot of streams where the Bulls were struggling, and, you know, I'll come back to a win. So, you know, if I came back to a loss, I guarantee the chat would be, all right, tank, time to rebuild, trade everybody, tank. And I'm like, you know, I'm getting a lot of arguments with some people on Twitter, because it's like, I'm shocked at the amount of Bulls fans that are still saying, hey, let's tank for Wembanyama. It bothers the heck out of me, but, you know, Bulls fans will be Bulls fans. All I ask is that if you're calling for a tank, that if the Bulls end up not getting their pick this season and they actually decide to full out tank, that you raise your hand high and say, hey, I wanted this. I wanted the Bulls to tank and take the risk that they won't get their first round pick, and they didn't do it, and I wanted it. That's all I ask. And I said that on Twitter. But I want to talk about what's gonna happen between this team, between Zach and DeRozan. I personally think that right now, as like, if something, you know, if a decision had to be made today, I don't think Zach or DeRozan is being traded. But at the end of the day, when it comes to the trade deadline, my guess is that it's probably going to be DeMar DeRozan who's going to get traded, because I don't know, I don't know what the Bulls are going to be looking at, and I think what's going to happen is that the DeMar DeRozan trade market is going to heat up so well that the Bulls are just going to have to accept it. Like, they're going to get probably a good haul for DeRozan, and I would much rather do that than kind of wait around to see if Zach and DeMar can figure it out. I just don't think that they can. So yeah, I think we should trade one or two of the core players. I agree. That's where I stand right now. I personally, so I've shifted my thoughts on this a little bit. Like, I told you guys, like, I'm not in for a rebuild, right? And whether a rebuild is like a full-on tank or just, you know, we're trading all three of the core guys and, you know, trying to, like, reset and not necessarily tank, but just try to develop the young guys. I'm a little bit more open to the idea of a rebuild now, but it's still my last option. But when I say rebuild, I'm not saying full-out tank, right? That's what I want to point out. I'm not saying full-out tank, and there's a difference between full-out tanking and rebuilding. I want to make that clear. Full-out tanking is making a G League team and legit trying to go 0-82. Like, you're doing everything possible to legit lose every single game, and you're going to go 0-82, or try to at least. You're going to end up with, like, 10 wins, because it's the NBA at the end of the day. But rebuilding, you know, like, just like, you know, a softer rebuild, I should say, I'm a little bit more open to it, where we're not necessarily looking to get a top 3 pick, or trying our best to raise our odds to get the top 3 pick. But we're developing young guys. We're trying to form a new set of core players. I'm down with it. It's still my last option. I don't want to do it, but I'm open to it now. At least I'm open to it now than I was, you know, a couple of weeks ago, where I'm like, I'm not open to another rebuild. So we'll get into that a little bit later. I saw you, Cucklord. I want to explain what I'm trying to say for the first round pick here. So the Bulls, they traded their draft pick, right? Outgoing pick. So this pick right here was sent to the Orlando Magic and then the Kola Vucevic deal, right? The thing is that it is top 4 protected. So, Bulls fans are like, hey, if this team sucks right now, let's trade everybody. Let's tank full out. Let's try to lose every single game possible for the rest of the season. Because if you look at the standings, like the Bulls, they're not that far out of being the worst team in the league, right? We're talking about four wins, right? 4 wins away from being the worst team in the league. We're also talking about 7 losses, which I don't think people understand that part. And they're like, all right, let's tank as hard as possible and try to raise our odds to being having the best odds of getting the top overall pick in this upcoming draft, right? And I'm like, look, man, I understand why people are saying this. It pisses me off, though. I think it's a dumb thing to say. But this pick right here being top 4 protected, even if the Bulls somehow tanked all the way to having the top odds of having the best odds at 14% to get the first overall pick, it's still a 50-50 chance that they actually get to keep the pick, right? It's a 50-50 chance of either you keep the top 4 pick or it goes to the Orlando Magic, right? It is something that I'm like, I am not willing to do a full-out tank if I am risking not getting my first round pick this season, which I feel like that's kind of obvious. But for some reason, Bulls fans are like, hey, let's do this. Let's tank this and hope and pray to God we get Victor Wembanyama. And and this is what I keep saying to Bulls fans, like, I understand why you're like in love with Victor Wembanyama and Scoot Henderson. I get it. But if we're talking about full out tanking a roster, we're talking about trading everybody and only getting draft picks in return. We're not getting any sort of young potential assets in return in trading Levine, DeRozan, and Vucevic. Then you're also taking a year away from Patrick Williams' development, Dalen Terry's development, and Ayo Dosunmu's development. You're basically forming a G League team, and that does not develop your players at all. And that's something that I don't want to do, right? If I'm trading either the big 3, I want young players in return that can play now and we can develop now. I want, obviously, extra picks in return, but I also, the biggest thing to me is I want to develop these guys. I want to develop players. And tanking does not develop players. We've seen it before, right? We've seen the 76ers full out tank a season. They did not develop a single player, right, when they were full out tanking. Obviously, it took them a couple tries. They had to go through Jahlil Okafor, Nerlens Noel to get Joel Embiid, right? It took a bit, but once they finally got some good players, then they started to develop the guys. They didn't start tanking or keep tanking, right? So this is the part where I'm like, with Bulls fans, we have to understand, if you're saying full out tank, that means then this team's entire future solely relies on getting a top 3 pick this season, which is stupid in my opinion. Because the Bulls don't have full control of their pick, you have to prepare as if you're not going to get your first round pick. That's the reason why I'm upset at Bulls fans saying, hey, let's tank. Let's full out tank this season. To me, it makes no sense. I want this team to prepare as if they're going to keep, as if they're not going to keep their first round pick. Now, the 2024 season, I can understand where people are like, let's full out tank that season, because it's like, yeah, we have our first overall pick. There's no protections on it, right? We have it. So if we full out tank the season, go 0-82, and still end up with the 5th overall pick, we get to keep the pick at the very least. I still think it's a stupid play, but it's still, at least a feasible option. What determines if they keep the pick or not? So the Bulls pick that is traded to the Orlando Magic this season, it is top 4 protected. So if it lands in the top 4, the Bulls keep the pick. If it lands anywhere outside the top 4, so 5 through 30, it goes to the Orlando Magic. But if you look at the Bulls' odds, right, even if you have the best odds of getting the first overall pick, you still have a good chance of getting the 5th overall pick. That's how the lottery odds have been changed, so that you still can get the 5th overall pick. It's still a risk. So to me, it doesn't make any sense, right? If the Bulls try to full out tank, and to me, it's already too late, because if you're trying to tank, and this is in tanking terms, you're 7 losses behind the Detroit Pistons. That's hard to make up if you're trying to tank, right? It takes a bit. So And mind you, the Bulls won't be the only team tanking. The Detroit Pistons and Charlotte Hornets are all tanking. So it's not like the Bulls are the only team tanking. So it doesn't make much sense to me to full out tank a season. This season specifically. If you want to do it next season, like, you have an argument in my opinion. I still wouldn't do it. But it's the whole Wembanyama, Scoot Henderson sweepstakes that everyone's like in love with and thinks that they can turn around a roster. And there's just more to it that I don't think people are looking at. And it's not just it's not just keeping the first overall pick or first round pick. It's also the development of the guys. Because tanking to me does not develop your players. It just doesn't. I think it's a problem. All right, it looks like the chat wants to talk about trades, so I'm just gonna go right to that right now. I had a few more plays I wanted to show, but let's just talk about this. So, all right, let's talk about what the Bulls are looking at. First off, Vucevic to me is priority number one. The Bulls need to somehow find a way to trade Vucevic, in my opinion. I know he just had a great game, but I'm looking at Vucevic as a guy that he's not coming back. I don't think the Bulls want him back, and I don't think Vucevic wants to be back. I think he's upset at his role with this team. I think he's also looking for a bigger payday that the Bulls are not going to give him. And so it's up to the front office to be like, we have to, one, not double down on Nikola Vucevic, because they gave up a lot to get Vucevic, right? Don't double down. Admit that you made a mistake with Vucevic, okay? Do that. Trade Vucevic. Now, the thing with Vucevic is that I don't think his trade market's that hot. I think his trade market is very, very small. I don't really see a team out there that's looking for a center that is not good defensively and has kind of lost his three-point shot a little bit, where at least it's not 40% anymore, and needs help getting the ball to get points, right? I think that's not that enticing, and not only that, he's going to be an unrestricted free agent come this summer. So teams are looking at that like, oh, why would we trade for that, right? But if I'm the Bulls, like, I truly think that we can probably somehow get like a salary filler player that is, not much, but we can somehow get a protected first round pick out of Vooch. Maybe it's 2 seconds at this point, but to me, that's what I'm looking at. I've been seeing recently on Twitter, and I appreciate the people that tweet about this with me. But one of the things that some Bulls fans are pointing out is that they think that the Bulls could trade Nikola Vucevic to the Dallas Mavericks and get back Christian Wood. And I'm like, you know what? If I was the Bulls, I'd do that immediately. But why would the Mavericks do this? Like, we as Bulls fans have to start thinking like actual trades that make sense for both sides. Yes, this makes sense for the Bulls, 100%. Not denying that. But why would the Mavericks do this, right? This is where it's like it's very interesting to me to see like Bulls fans are like, oh, we can get this guy, and I'm like, I don't think so. I really don't. This guy, he's saying that he thinks Luka's playmaking would help Vucevic become a better player. I'm saying, like, I don't think it's gonna help. I think Luka Doncic's usage rate is at like a through the roof historical mark that Vucevic's numbers aren't gonna get better in Dallas. I don't think he helps Vucevic at all, honestly. The Dallas Mavericks, they made a concerted effort to have like athletic, defensive-minded centers on the team. JaVale McGee, Dwight Powell, Maxi Kleber, like, these are all guys that are at least okay defensively, if not good defensively. Why would they go and get Vucevic? To me, this makes no sense at all. But, Bulls fans can dream. I just think that, if we're the Bulls, we're looking at not much in return for Vucevic. He's on a 1-year contract, about to hit unrestricted free agency. So it's not going to net much, but at least you got something before he inevitably leaves in free agency and you lose him for nothing, right? Not only is that Vucevic leaving, that's 2 first-round picks and Wendell Carter Jr. leaving in free agency for nothing, right? And that's what I don't want to have happen. So to me, Vucevic is priority number 1. Trade him. Figure it out. I don't know how, but just figure it out. Figure out some sort of deal that you get something at least decent in return. Rudy Gobert got 5 picks. I think Vucevic can get at least 2. I disagree. Rudy Gobert is on, a 4-year contract or has 4 years left remaining on his deal. Vucevic has 1. So it's not the same situation. Who's the better player? Obviously Gobert, but not by much in my opinion. But the thing is the contract situation. Gobert on a 4-year contract, right, is different than Vucevic on a 1-year contract. So the fact that it's only a 1-year deal or like a half a season rental for whoever's trades for Vooch, that lowers his trade value significantly. Teams are not going to be willing to give up any future assets because he could just leave, right? So in my opinion, at most, Vucevic nets you 1 first-round pick. It may not even be a first-round pick at this point because he's on the last year of his deal. Okay. Dallas already has Christian Wood, basically same game as Vooch. I wouldn't say the same game, but the numbers are definitely similar. I would say that. And that's the kind of reason why I was telling this guy, I'm like, if I was the Mavericks, I would just keep Christian Wood. Like, it's the same numbers, honestly. It's not, I wouldn't say the same game, but, similar numbers. So it's like, why would you trade for Vucevic? It makes no sense. What's going on, Corey? Good to see you. All right, and so Unstoppable, I'm seeing you say DeMar and Vooch to the Lakers. I think the Bulls can get a better deal than what the Lakers are sending out right now, right? Like, everyone's talking about, let's send Vucevic and DeRozan to the Lakers for Russell Westbrook and 2 first-round picks. In my opinion, DeMar DeRozan, when you trade him, he should net you 2 first-round picks himself, right? And not only that, it should not be 2 first-round picks that are going to be in 2027, 2029. So there's that to think about. I'm definitely open to trading. I'm open to trading all of the big 3 right now. But if I'm trading DeMar DeRozan, I want more than Russell Westbrook and 2 first-round picks in return. And that trade has to be, it has to be with Vucevic to match the contracts, and that to me is just ridiculous. I'm not doing that trade. I'm looking at the picks. Yeah, the picks are nice, but it's 2027 and 2029. Like, that's way in the future. And if this Bulls team is gonna be, trading both of those guys, I would kind of think that, this Bulls team is looking to get picks now, or at least closer to the future, and not something that's way down the line. Stuff like that. It's hard at the moment to trade Vooch, so we should focus on trading DeMar. In my opinion, I think Vooch has to be priority number 1 to trade. Obviously, listen to everything that DeMar gets, but yeah, Lakers should be bad when it's time to use them picks. Sure, but like that means then the Bulls rebuild doesn't start until 2027. Like that doesn't sound good. Like, if it was 2025 and 2027, I think you'd have a better argument. But the fact that it's 2029, to me, is ridiculous. I wouldn't do it. I think you could get better. I honestly think you could get a better offer for DeMar DeRozan than the 2027, 2029 picks and Russell Westbrook. I know the picks, if you think the picks look good, that's fine. I'm just looking at, can the Bulls potentially get more picks and a better player also? Because I do not want Russell Westbrook for the half a season that he's going to be here. To me, it's more important to get young talent somehow on this roster. With a trade if we're trading DeMar. If we can somehow trade Zach for Siakam. So this is actually something that someone kind of brought up recently on Twitter. So right now, there are 3 teams that in the Eastern Conference that you can say have pretty much kind of fallen below expectations, okay? The Bulls, obviously, are the team that we're talking about, right? The Toronto Raptors, everyone was talking about the Raptors for some reason this season. I kind of said, they also kind of didn't do anything this offseason. And they're kind of, it's kind of bad for them right now, right? They're underperforming. They're 13 and 18. Scotty Barnes has not really taken a jump. Sophomore slump, maybe, right? And then the Miami Heat is number 3, okay? So it's kind of like, all right, these 3 teams, they all have been have been failing to perform to expectations. And here's the thing, we know that Toronto Raptors, they're not going to tank, right? The Toronto Raptors, they've never tanked. They don't they don't think tanking is ever a good decision. The time of tanking would have been when Kawhi Leonard left. They decided not to do it. So they're not going to tank anytime soon. So with the Bulls, people think that the Bulls aren't going to tank either because they just went through a 5-year rebuild, got nowhere with it. So there's no reason to tank for the Bulls. The Miami Heat, also when they went through their hard times, it's like, well, they're not going to tank either. Like the Miami Heat, when they went through the hard time, they just, stayed kind of, hanging around the playoffs, never made the playoffs or barely made the playoffs, and still made a formidable team, right? They never tanked. So it's kind of interesting to be like, well, you got 3 teams that all kind of suck right now, and they're not going to tank. Let's just completely switch up the roster and just kind of switch players in between. The person that actually suggested this was like, let's trade DeMar DeRozan back to Toronto because maybe Toronto's like, hey, we want to have DeRozan back here, be a good homecoming story. I don't know why Toronto would do that, but that would be interesting, I guess. You then trade Bam Adebayo, and then Siakam goes to the Bulls, or you figure out the rest where you trade Bam Adebayo and OG Anunoby switch with the Miami Heat, right? That would be the trade, and it sounds interesting. I just don't know how legit that is, but I will say this: it's going to be interesting to see what the Raptors, the Heat, right, what they're going to be doing at this year's trade deadline, because they may also decide, let's sell off some of these guys, like a Pascal Siakam who's now coming close to his 30s, right? Bam Adebayo may not be someone that the Miami Heat want to continue moving forward with because they just paid Tyler Hero a bunch of money. Who knows, right? So it will be interesting to see what they do. A Zach for Pascal Siakam switch, I'd be for it. I would honestly be for it. I just don't think it's going to happen. I don't see why the Raptors would do that. So that is something that I think is interesting, but we'll see. Vooch is still a top 10 center in the NBA, so trade DeMar while his value is so high. I'm not saying don't trade DeMar, by the way, Corey. I'm all for trading DeRozan, but to me right now, you have to get rid of Vucevic or get something in return for Vucevic because he's going to be an unrestricted free agent this offseason. If we don't trade DeMar at this year's deadline, we can still trade him in the offseason. So to me, the biggest priority is get something in return for Vucevic, then worry about DeMar. But if a good trade comes through, obviously you pull the trigger with DeRozan. Try to sign Kuzma and Turner this offseason. I'm going to get to that in a second here. 3-team trade, try to flip Westbrook. Not going to happen. I don't see that happening. OG Anunoby, I know is someone that a lot of people like. Zach Lowe had a thing he set out, I think today, that the Toronto Raptors might be looking to trade OG Anunoby, and they think that they can net like 3 first-round picks in return, or a similar package to what Donovan Mitchell got. And I'm like, what? I don't think so. If the Bulls can get OG Anunoby, and if that's a guy that the Raptors are looking to move, I'd be all for it. But I don't think that's going to happen. I don't know if the Raptors are expecting that. If they are, they're stupid, and they need to relook at that. But hey, I would love OG Anunoby on this team. I was even like, when the Bulls last season were looking at potentially finding a guy, the trade for Patrick Williams, I was like, hey, trade Patrick Williams for OG Anunoby. I'd do that now. But looks like, obviously that's not going to happen anymore. So, yeah, I don't know, man. This is definitely going to be interesting to see if like those 3 teams might make a deal with each other, because they're all kind of struggling, and they're all failing expectations, and they all have needs that the other team has, right? We'll see. Raptors are stubborn; they won't sell even if they think even if everyone thinks they should sell. That's my, that's what I think as well. Like I also think they're just gonna not sell, but it's gonna be interesting to see though, because I think that they're all in on Scotty Barnes, and right now Pascal Siakam, OG Anunoby, Scotty Barnes, they all play the same position, right? So how do you get Scotty Barnes to be or maximize his potential, right? If everyone's playing the same position as him. So I won't be shocked if one of Pascal Siakam or OG Anunoby is traded. That does not mean rebuild, though. That does not mean that they're full-on sellers. They're just trying to open up ways to help the team and maximize their draft pick that they think they have all the faith in for that. I'm saying trade DeMar, try to work out a deal with Vooch, and if he wants to trade, if he wants much, trade him by the deadline. I think they've tried to actually work out a deal with Vucevic, Corey. Like, or it's either that or the front office has decided that they're not going to keep him. So if you're not going to keep him, get rid of him. And I also just think that Vucevic is looking forward to unrestricted free agency, where he can get paid more and potentially become a focal point in the offense again, or somewhere else, right? So, to me, it's trade Vooch first if you can, because you're not gonna be able to trade him in the offseason. But who knows? I honestly don't know. Let's see the trade you would do for the big three. So, I've been thinking a lot about the trades. I don't have one that's like drawn up like off the top of my head, but I have thought a good amount. I'm looking at what people say. The thing is, right now, it's like I don't know what team is going to be looking at potentially adding a guy like DeMar DeRozan, for example, right? The one team that pops out immediately is the Phoenix Suns. I just don't know if they're going to be willing to do that. And if that's the trade, right, it would be to get Cam Johnson and multiple first-round picks in return. Probably get Jay Crowder for salary filler, et cetera, et cetera. So I'll pull that up in here in a second. Let me go blow my nose, guys. Give me a second here. Let me just say this though. I think it's in the Bulls' best interest to trade DeRozan. I think it like whether that comes this season or in the off season, like they should trade him because it helps obviously the Bulls in my opinion, but I also think it helps DeRozan, right? This is DeRozan's final years of being, one of the like a top level dude. So I think he wants to go to a place where he can potentially win a championship. So I'm looking at teams like that. So I'll leave it with this: like Cam Johnson and salary filler, multiple first round picks from the Phoenix Suns. I'll bring it up in a second here. I need to go blow my nose. Hold on. Yeah, still kind of sick, y'all. I apologize. DeMar to the Knicks for Cam, Robinson, and Obi, then focus on Vooch. I wouldn't mind that either. And it's been kind of like, it's been said that the Knicks are looking to trade Cam Reddish, and I would love Cam Reddish. I think that'd be a good piece to get back. Corey, were you here, Corey? I thought maybe I drew this up for you, but I had a trade to the Knicks for Vooch that would get Cam Reddish in return. But we can also do it for DeRozan if you want. I want to hear your thoughts on Kuzma and Turner. I would like that for the Bulls if they can sign them. Which is kind of the reason why I'm like, hey, let's trade DeRozan and Vucevic because it frees up cap space to potentially get those guys. But trading for them right now obviously wouldn't be smart. They're unrestricted free agents after the season. But signing them, I'd be all for it. I think a guy like Kyle Kuzma would fit this offense perfectly, right? Shooter, can shoot from range anywhere, can shoot off the dribble. I think he's actually a better defender than people give him credit for, obviously, but there's that. Let me pull this up for you guys. So next offseason, the Bulls, we're looking at $11 million if they don't bring back Vucevic or any of these guys here. I was re-signing, who knows for how much, but if you trade DeRozan, then this cap space goes from $11 million to potentially 30 plus, right? So who knows from then on what they could do with that cap space, et cetera, et cetera. But let me drop a trade here for DeMar DeRozan, and if it's going to the Phoenix Suns, because I feel like the Phoenix Suns, it would be that team, right? A contender type team, right? People are saying Pelicans. I don't see that because they have Brandon Ingram. It's as if you have DeMar DeRozan there already. So it would be a team like the Phoenix Suns. If there's a team that's looking to potentially trade for Zach, it would be a team like the Denver Nuggets, right? That would be the team I think would be looking at that. But we'll get to that later. But let's just talk about DeRozan and potentially a trade to Phoenix Suns. And then Corey, I'm going to get to you and your next idea. So if the Bulls are trading to the Phoenix Suns here, right? The main piece, in my opinion, would be Cam Johnson. Okay, he would be the person that the Bulls are like, all right, young talent. I know he's already kind of on the older side, but we want young talent in return, right? And he'd be one of those guys that can immediately just come in and be effective already, but being a good piece moving forward, right? Not saying all-star or anything, but just a guy that can obviously just shoot the lights out of the ball, but also I think doesn't get enough credit for his defense, right? You trade Jay Crowder to help start matching up the salaries here. So with DeRozan, right, you're trading out $27 million, the most that the Phoenix Suns have to that can get back in this sort of deal would be $20 million. So you need to throw in someone like a Landry Shamet, who would easily be a throw-in. This is your trade here. You add in 2 first-round picks, potentially 3. 2 first-round picks, one of them, and then add a third that's protected, right? Here's your trade. I don't think this is I don't think the Suns think this is a bad deal, right? I think Bulls fans would be like, we're getting fleeced. But in my opinion, I'm looking at the potential 2 to 3 first-round picks, plus Cam Johnson, who is currently injured, or is he still out? I'm not sure if he's playing or not right now. But he's a nice piece to get in return. Jay Crowder and Landry Shamet, those are just salary fillers for now. You get to keep the cap space for moving forward, to sign a Kuzma, a Miles Turner, etc. To me, I could see this. So your thoughts on that? What do you think? What are your thoughts on this sort of trade for the Bulls for DeMar DeRozan? Obviously, add in 2 first-round picks, potentially 3, right? Not a bad deal in my opinion, but I want to hear your guys' thoughts on it. And then, everyone, if you're kind of wondering for the Phoenix Suns, it's like, why would you do this? Well, CP3 has not been consistent with health this season. And that's a little bit scary. I also kind of think he is starting to hit that decline. That's like, yikes. So you need another guy that can go create a shot off the dribble next to Devin Booker. And there you go. DeMar DeRozan, right? Defensively, I know that this can get scary, right? I think D-Book has, he's done enough to show me that it's like he's not a liability on defense. But DeMar DeRozan is obviously a liability on defense. How do you manage him, D-Book, and Chris Paul defensively? I don't know. But you have Mikal Bridges, who's a phenomenal 3-and-D player, and then you got DeAndre Ayton. Because I think offensively, DeMar fits right in to this Phoenix Suns team. Defensively is where I kind of struggle to figure it out. So who knows? Maybe Phoenix doesn't want to do this, but I look at this and I'm like, hey, this is a deal. If you get 3 firsts or even just 2 firsts out of this, I take it. Phoenix Suns have all their picks, by the way, so there isn't anything to worry about with that. They have all their picks, so we get a pick this year and then a pick in 2025. I wouldn't mind it. So Corey, I don't know about Jay Crowder even staying on this team. I think it'd just be a salary filler, honestly. If he plays, great, but I think because he's going to be unrestricted free agent after the season, he's looking for a payday. So if he plays, which he hasn't played all season, great. But the biggest thing to me is getting Cam Johnson. I want Cam Johnson because, as you said, he has potential. He has potential to be a great 3-and-D player in this league. and can play 2 through 4. So that's what I'm looking at, and then obviously 2 first-round picks as well. So yeah, this is a trade that I'm looking at. Like, yeah, I can do this. I would not be upset if the Bulls did this, right? I like that. Suns trade looks great. Appreciate it, Go. Good to see you. Glad the Bulls won, as you said. 3 firsts. Yeah, here's the thing, Anthony. I do think a team, like, let's say the market starts driving up for DeRozan. I wouldn't be shocked to see if all of a sudden we have, like, an auction for DeRozan, right? Who's going to give us the most for DeMar DeRozan, right? And it could end up being a difference between 2 first-round picks and 3. And here's the thing. I think the Phoenix Suns are kind of in that desperation mode right now because Chris Paul's not getting any younger, right? The dude is 37 and is going to be 38 come playoff time. He's not getting any younger, and they're kind of desperate. Like, they're all in on that core, and I don't know if they have enough right now to come out of the West. So you trade a guy that is injured to Cam Johnson. You get DeMar DeRozan, who's another 20-point-per-game scorer, because, by the way, if you didn't know, the only 20-point-per-game scorer on the Phoenix Suns right now is Devin Booker. There's no one else averaging more than, I think, 18, is it, for DeAndre Ayton, right? So you add more offense to a team that needs offense, right? I think it's a genuine possibility that this could happen, and I'd be all for it. So yeah, if you want to know about the numbers and the salaries, this works. Obviously, the Bulls get 2 first-round picks at the very minimum, in my opinion. And I don't see the Bulls really sending out anybody else. Like, if for some reason, like, the Suns want to add in more players just for the hell of it, you can send someone else from the bottom, like the smaller contracts out. But yeah, I mean, who knows, honestly. And then I'm just gonna process this trade for you guys, just so you can kind of look at, like, all right, here's what we have moving forward. This would kind of be the team, right? We'd have to pay Cam Johnson immediately, but I'm willing to do that. So yeah, that's kind of what we get. Plus, Suns get another ball handler that can get his own shot. Oh, for sure, they need that right now. And it's just gonna be interesting to see if, like, they're gonna stand pat or not. I don't know if they will. Because right now, here's the thing, guys. If I'm the Phoenix Suns, I'm looking at this Western Conference, and I'm like, okay, I'm picking right now. I'm picking the Denver Nuggets and the Memphis Grizzlies to be better than the Phoenix Suns, at least for now, just right now. I'm also picking New Orleans Pelicans over the Phoenix Suns because they took them to 6 games in the first round without Zion last playoffs. Like, I'm picking those guys over the Phoenix Suns right now. Maybe they get desperate and they do that sort of trade. If the Bulls get that sort of trade, I'm doing it. And I think it's a good option for the Bulls to kind of reset. Do we keep Cam Johnson's college roommate Kobe White? Potentially. We'll see. How did Kobe play today? Sorry if I missed a comment already. We didn't really talk about it too much, so you didn't miss anything. Kobe, I thought, played well. He did shoot 3 of 10, but he played well on both ends, which is the more important thing for me. He had a lot of turnovers tonight. So not the greatest game from Patrick Williams, but defensively he looked all right. Hopefully, the biggest thing right now for the Bulls offense is the turnovers. Patrick Williams is a part of that, so he just needs to clean that up. But nothing too severe, in my opinion. Nothing that we need to talk about that's like a big yellow or red flag. Plus, if I was running the Bulls, yes, I want draft picks, but I want young players to have potential. Same, yeah, and I've been saying that. Like, that's the reason why I don't want the Westbrook trade, right? Because it doesn't give you any young picks. I think DeMar DeRozan can get you 2 first-round picks plus a young player that has potential. I know Cam Johnson's 26, but Cam Johnson has that potential, and we've seen him incrementally grow every single year. So I would bet on Cam Johnson. I think that's a good deal. So yeah. Now, Corey, you brought up the Knicks. So the Knicks are really weird because I don't know what they're gonna do. They're having all of a sudden a little bit of success, and I look at them. I'm like, this is not really success. This is just I feel like the rest of the team is just other teams around them are not performing up to par, right? the Atlanta Hawks 16 and 15. Like, you get all these teams here that are just kind of like yuck, right? So the Knicks, they've said that they're looking at the Zach LaVine situation. I don't see them potentially even trading for DeMar DeRozan. I think that's not something that could go down. But if you want to go over it, right? This is where, who knows, man. Like, so it would be very similar to what I drew up in the Nikola Vucevic deal. So DeRozan, sending him out. The person I would want back is Cam Reddish. He's going to be the main kind of piece, young player that the Bulls get in return in this trade. And then the salary fill, the person would be Evan Fournier. Okay, this deal works right off the bat. Now, if I'm the Bulls, I'm kind of like, if I can, this is cool, but I would also kind of want Emmanuel Quickly if possible. If the Knicks are willing to actually do that. But who knows? I don't know. This would be the trade, though, right? This would be it. Evan Fournier is probably not going to play much for this Bulls team, but he's more just a salary filler, but can shoot the ball. And you get Cam Reddish and Emmanuel Quickly in return as like your kind of young pieces. 2 first-round picks. I have a deal. I just don't think the Knicks are going to do this. That's the part where I'm like, yikes, who knows? I kind of worry if the Knicks want to do this for a 33-year-old DeMar DeRozan. I don't think they will. I think you're right. We did the Knicks. I like the trade, but what about the Pacers? I see them making some moves. I also disagree with that. I don't think the Pacers are going to make any win now moves. I think they're looking to sell. I think the Pacers want to get rid of players. Buddy Hield, right? So I actually disagree with you on that, unfortunately, because the Pacers they're gonna look to like figure out who are they keeping, right? Tyrese Halliburton's their guy. Benedict Mathurin's their 2 guard. Who else, right? That's kind of where the Pacers are right now, and they're probably looking to just stock them on draft capital and young pieces again. So I don't see them looking to buy like a DeMar DeRozan at this trade deadline, unfortunately. So for Corey, this is the next deal for DeMar DeRozan. My thing though is that I think what could potentially happen is that the next trade for Vucevic, and it's just because they just want to get Cam Reddish and Evan Fournier off the roster so bad that they're like, yeah, we'll do it. And we'll trade for Vooch. They won't throw him quickly. But in this trade, maybe the Bulls net a second rounder. I wouldn't be upset at this too much. It's not ideal, but I don't think the Bulls get a first-round pick in this deal. That'd be kind of shocking because the Knicks spent a first-round pick for Cam Reddish. Why would they trade a first-round pick to get rid of him? I don't see that happening. But maybe this trade plus a second rounder, who knows? I could potentially see it happening if the Knicks just want Evan Fournier and Cam Reddish off the roster that bad. We'll see. I don't know. Other teams. So, well, I want to see other teams thrown out here to potentially take DeMar, Vooch, right? I don't know. Do we need a big back from Vooch trades? If I'm trading Vooch, I'm not expecting a big back, honestly. And here's the thing. I'm looking to address the big man situation then in the offseason. This season, I mean, let's just be honest. This season's kind of already screwed. Maybe we make the playoffs and the play-in, and that's it, right? I wouldn't mind a little bit of a reset with this team, right? Keep Zach, keep P. Will, trade DeMar and Vooch, and kind of reset. And I'm going to kind of explain what I'm looking at. But if we're trading Vooch, I'm expecting that this team is not going to get a big in return. So you're going to use Drummond as your starting center for the rest of the season. Next year, though, different story, right? Yeah. Hopefully, yeah, a healthy Lonzo would help this team tremendously. I just think his career's in jeopardy right now, which is the reason why I'm like looking at the Bulls potentially getting a point guard or something as well. So, guy like Emmanuel Quickly is a guy that I kind of like just to kind of see what he has, and he might be more of a 2 guard anyway. Yeah, so we'll see, but yeah, it is what it is at this point. So I don't know, man. It's interesting to look at a team that would want Nikola Vucevic. This is the part where I'm struggling to kind of put this together. Like, which team would want Vucevic? I don't see a team on here that's like, yeah, we'll take Vuce. It just doesn't make sense, in my opinion. Mavericks, I know, are struggling, so they might get desperate, and I know I talked about that earlier. The Portland Trailblazers could, I guess, but I don't know if they can trade any of their picks because we own their pick, and they'd have to get rid of some of the protections on that pick for them to make another trade with us. So yeah, I don't know, man. I'm very, very confused with who would take Vucevic right now. I don't see any teams, honestly, I guess, except for the Knicks, because the Knicks, they're not really playing Mitchell Robinson. They're also not playing Isaiah Hartenstein that much. It's like, it's a really weird dynamic with Tibbs right now. So maybe that's the team. Maybe they're looking at trading for a center. So I don't know, man. I really don't know. Because if I'm looking to send Vucevic out west, the only team that makes sense is the Grizzlies, because they don't really have a center, but why would they trade for Vucevic if they have Steven Adams, right? And they're not, like, maybe Vucevic is better than Steven Adams, but they're not going to give up anything just for Vucevic, right? A 1-year rental of Vucevic. Doesn't make sense. The Denver Nuggets, they have Jokic. Phoenix Suns, they have Aiden. Pelicans, they have Jonas Valanciunas and Zion, so no reason to do that. Clippers, maybe. I guess that's the team that I'd be kind of looking at, but they don't have any assets that I'm interested in, so I wouldn't want to trade with the Clippers. Kings have Sabonis. Trailblazers, they have Yusuf Nurkic. Maybe they look to move on from him. Jazz, they're not going to win the rest of the season, so that's that. And Timberwolves, they have the Twin Towers. Dallas Mavericks, we just talked about them. So none of that. The team that it would be is Golden State, but how do you do that? We kind of already went over the Golden State situation, which is like, it's extremely hard to make a deal with Golden State due to their cap situation. So I just don't see that happening, honestly. I wouldn't mind not making the playoffs. I just want to be on the right path to having a team that can one day win a championship. Yeah, and here's the thing. Some people are going to tell you that tanking is the way to do that. I personally don't think that's the case. I'm looking at the Houston Rockets right now, guys. They had 2 top 3 picks in a row, Jalen Green and Jabari Smith Jr., and they're sitting 9-21, and lower than San Antonio Spurs team that just started their rebuild. Like, I get it. Like, maybe Jalen Green is that dude. Maybe Jabari Smith is that dude. I'm personally not that high on Jabari Smith right now. But it takes a lot for a tank to go right and then get you a championship. So that's the reason why I'm like, I'm not for it. And because the Bulls are a big market, and I hope to dear God that Jerry Reinsdorf sells the team one day, I want to go the other route, where it's like we've seen teams, the Miami Heat, the Toronto Raptors, right? The other teams, they don't tank, and they're still competitive every single year and have years where it looks like they can win the championship, right? Miami Heat never tanked before making the bubble finals, right? They never tanked. They drafted Bam Adebayo at what, 11, and Tyler Hero at 13. Like, they never tanked, and they still got to where they are, right? I know they're also struggling right now, but they made it to the finals. Like, you can do this without tanking. The biggest thing is drafting well wherever you draft, right? How many times have it, like, we brought up the Golden State Warriors? They never had a top pick in their dynasty. Steph Curry at 7, Klay Thompson at 11, Draymond at 32 or whatever it was. Like, they never had a top pick, and they're effective, right? They have a dynasty, okay? Like, I look at the Minnesota Timberwolves as a team that had multiple first overall picks on their team, and it didn't go well. They had Andrew Wiggins and Karl-Anthony Towns. It didn't go well, right? This is what I'm looking at. I'm like, I don't want to pray to the Lords that we just continue to get the first overall pick for consecutive years and then hope and pray to God that they become what they should become. And then hopefully it works out from there, right? That's why I'm like, we don't have to do this full-out tank that people keep asking for, right? And I hope that people start understanding that, but who knows, man. I understand that people are in love with Victor Wembanyama. So in my opinion, if we're trading Vooch, we're trading DeRozan, we missed the playoffs this season, but then it helps us get to being a championship level team later on, I'm all for it. Yeah. We have people in charge making bad draft picks. They can show the world that he can make good draft picks. So people are going to actually disagree with you with that, Corey. I disagree with those people. I think AK has made good draft picks. I think it's a little hard to kind of judge after 3 draft picks. Garpax made Wendell Carter Jr., Larry Markin, and Kobe White 3 years in a row with the 7th overall pick all 3 years in a row. Yeah, not good. Right, and I understand that Laurie's playing well and Wendell's playing well, but like Wendell's on a losing Magic team, and Laurie, he's not a guy that I'm building my team around, right? So there's no reason to do that, right? Or to kind of ponder on that. I'm gonna bring up another tweet later that discusses that. So yeah, I don't know, man. It's just kind of interesting to think about with this Bulls team. And how they're kind of moving forward. And here's the thing: I'm not saying that what I'm saying is 100% going to work, right? I look at the Washington Wizards, for example. They have just decided to never tank and never get rid of Bradley Beal, and they just kind of continue just to being mediocre, and they're just stuck there, right? That's bad. Like, I understand that. I just don't think the Bulls are going to be stuck in that situation because they're a big market team that can actually get people to come to Chicago. So that's the way I would do it. But that's just my opinion. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying this is how I would do it. I just don't think there is one way of getting a championship, right? If you think about the Milwaukee Bucks, for example, they also never had a top pick, by the way. They had Jabari Parker, and we all thought that was their guy, and that dude turned out to be nothing. Unfortunately for him, Chicago kid turned out to be nothing. Their picks, right, of their core: Giannis Antetokounmpo, 15th overall. Chris Middleton, 2nd round. Drew Holiday was in a trade, right? It's not done through the draft only. Or, sorry, through, top 3 picks only, right? And yes, maybe it could be like, well, they lucked out with Giannis. But it still shows you that they did not build that team off of tanking for forever and getting top 3 picks for consecutive years and all of a sudden building them up to be great players. They just drafted well or traded for players well, and they built a championship level squad. So it's just something to keep in mind with this Bulls team. That, like, I don't think a full-out rebuild is going to get us any farther than what we've done so far. I think it's just going to lead back to mediocrity again, and we're just kind of like, okay, we're back to being mediocre. Because a lot of things have to go right. I think if the Bulls do it the way I think they should do it, you're in more control of the team. You have more control of what's going to happen instead of praying that a draft pick turns out well. Or a top 3 pick turns out well. I just think if you draft effectively, wherever you draft, it's going to turn out well. And I know the Bulls don't have a guaranteed pick this season, but I think that Portland pick is going to convey, and so we're going to have a first-round pick, and we have our first-round pick in 2024. The 2025 pick is not lottery; it's top 10 protected. So, if we're still bad, then we're going to have that one at least. But at the end of the day, we're only down 1 pick, and we've seen that you can get value out of any draft, whether you're drafting in the first round or the second round. I would assume, right? You can get value out of any draft, whether you're drafting in the first or second round. Does not matter. Okay, so I think this whole let's make sure we get a top 3 pick is just something that I'm really against. I'm just so against it at this point in time. Yeah. Just to also give me another example of how it could go bad for the Bulls if they just tank. Philadelphia 76ers, okay? They drafted Nerlens Noel first year of their full-out tank. They drafted Jahlil Okafor after that, and then Joel Embiid, okay? They were 0 for 2, right? They're 0 for 2 initially. They drafted Joel Embiid. He was injured. We didn't know about him. They got Ben Simmons at number 1. They had to trade him away. Like, even now, the 76ers, yeah, they might be a championship-level team, but I'm not picking them over the Bucks or the Boston Celtics or many of the Western Conference teams right now. And it took them a while to get to this point where 2 of their 4 drafted picks finally turned out to be something, right? It's not a guarantee if you draft in the top 3 that it's going to turn out to be good, right? And I love Nerlens Noel and Joel Okafor, but, you know, it's not. There's no guarantee. I'm not saying tank. What I'm saying is trade DeMar and Vooch for young players and draft picks and let Ike build a team and not add pieces to something that someone else already started. Well, I'm in total agreement with you, Corey. I think I'm in full-out agreement with you that trading Vooch and DeRozan is the right move. But what people are going to take that as is like, oh, you're rebuilding. Where I'm like, I'm willing to keep Zach. I'm also willing to trade him. But for now, I lean towards keeping him at least try to. If he wants out, then you trade him. But no, I'm in agreement with you. Is to trade those 2 guys that you listed, Vooch and DeRozan, and get assets, and then let AK and ME try to figure it out. Obviously, if Lonzo's here, it helps this team look a lot better for the future. But that's not a guarantee. But you know, I wouldn't be shocked if the next wave all of a sudden of this Bulls roster, we're looking at if Patrick Williams can develop into the guy that we think he can, that we're looking at, I would assume it was Zach LaVine, Dalen Terry, Patrick Williams, and figure out the center for later. Like, that's a good defensive squad that has some good potential. It's not amazing, but it's a good foundation, right? If those guys can hit their potential to what we think it can be. And in my opinion, Dalen Terry, whatever his potential is, he's gonna hit it. And I would assume whatever his potential is he's gonna hit it. I just don't know what it is at this point. But yeah. I would want to trade Zach, but any trade with him at the moment, we lose the trade. Yes, that is true. Right now, by the way, Zach LaVine cannot be traded. He cannot be traded till January 15th, so there's no reason to even think about that. Yeah, Zach right now, if the Bulls had to make a trade today, they would not get good value for him. And it's more so about, you know, his lack of good play. I do think he's turning a corner, by the way. And he's not gonna continue averaging this 22 points per game on bad shooting. Like, I don't know why people actually think this is like him from here on out. It's not. Like, I'm telling you right now, like, these numbers are gonna go up. I have full faith that these numbers are gonna look fine, and it may not be this season, but it may be later. Okay. If the Bulls are going to trade him, you trade him when his value is at his highest, right? Which is when he's playing well. He's under the 5-year contract, and I know it's a max, and people think that, oh my God, no one's going to take a max contract. I'm telling you right now, teams right now, with how Zach's playing right now, they want him. Okay? They're waiting for the Bulls to make him available. They want him. They want him now when he's not playing his best. Teams are going to want him when he's playing better. Like, they're going to really want him. So, yeah, trading him right now makes no sense because I think you can wait it out and raise his value a little bit more and then look to trade him. But, again, we can't trade him until January 15th anyway. Now, here's the thing. Come February, if Zach's playing great, yeah, maybe you trade him, right? Maybe you do look to trade him. But I just don't know if that's going to happen this season. Yeah, trade Zach next year if he does not return to All-Star. Well, my thing would be is that if I would want to trade Zach when he is playing at All-Star caliber level, because that nets you the most return, right? He hasn't played that way this season, so it's not going to net you that much in return. I still think it nets you 2 first-round picks. I just would, if Zach's playing better, it probably nets you 2 first-round picks and probably 2 young assets also. And I would wait for that. If I was AK, so everything right now is saying that they're not trading Zach, which I'm fine with. I know people are going to be pissed at that, but at the end of the day, I'm looking at this dude and I'm like, he's not a number 1 on any sort of championship caliber team, but he'd be one hell of a number 2 on next to a superstar on a championship caliber team. If I've always said, you pair Zach LaVine next to Luka Doncic, I know defensively they look sus, but that's a perfect guy next to Luka Doncic. It's a perfect guy next to Giannis Antetokounmpo. Like, that's what Zach LaVine is supposed to be. And if Patrick Williams can become that guy where he's the number one, then, we're looking at this team a whole lot better. But obviously that's a big if right now. So we'll see. I'm open to trading Zach or keeping Zach. I'm open for either. I know people are going to say, well, if you're trading Vooch and DeRozan, you might as well trade Zach. And I understand that. But it's not like Zach's 30. Okay? He's 27. He's locked in for a 5-year deal. You hold all the cards, right? There's no urgency to trade him because he's about to hit unrestricted free agency. He's under contract. So you get to decide when to move him, right? And who knows? It's gonna be interesting to see what the front office decides to do. It seems like they're pretty invested into Zach, so my guess is they're gonna keep him at least for this season. But I won't be shocked if they trade him next season, right? But I also just won't be shocked if he stays here for the rest of time, because they've invested into him. So who knows, man? I'll be very interested to see what they do with Zach. Again, I don't think we're gonna see this. Okay, this 22 points per game on what is it? 44% shooting and 36% for the 3-point line. I'm telling you right now, this is not who Zach LaVine is going to be for the rest of his contract, at the very least. It might be this, like, the numbers might kind of stay here for the rest of this season, but I think when we get into February and March or even January, he's not going to be averaging these numbers. And if he has a fully healthy season for the rest of this season and has his normal offseason routine, he's going to be putting up better numbers next season, easily. And I have full faith in that. Whether he's on the Bulls or he's on another team, I don't care. But I fully have faith that he's going to play better than what he's been playing so far. And, I mean, at least tonight, what I saw, his explosion around the rim looks a lot better right now. So he might be turning that corner now. And that'd be great overall. But overall, I think we're kind of all on the same page that, like, Vooch and DeRozan, they got to go. I'm interested to see when, or if they actually decide to do that. I think kind of right now, at least in my opinion, what I'm getting from the front office, and again, we don't hear from them, so we don't exactly know what they're thinking. They've been very, very quiet. So, like, we as Bulls fans, like, if you're listening to speculation or, like, rumors, don't listen to them, because we have not had a time where the speculation has actually become true. Okay. Remember when the Bulls traded for Vucevic and no one saw that coming? Like, we don't know what this Bulls front office is going to do. But at least for me, I think that for what I'm seeing, which is that they have not reached out to Vuce for contract extension talks, that they're trying to move him. So that's step one. We'll see what they do with DeRozan. Because it's clear that Zach and DeMar can't play together on the court. I think they like each other. I think, like, they don't butt heads with each other. Like, I just think that their two styles clash on the court. And also Zach needs more of a point guard to play with, and they don't have that right now. So I think that's kind of where it's like Zach's like, I need a guy that can also get me open shots, and DeMar's not necessarily that, right? DeMar's an ISO type player. That looks for his shot. So it'll be interesting to see what they do with this team. And I hope, like, if I was in the Bulls front office, I would trade Vooch, I'd trade DeMar, I'd keep Zach, at least for the rest of this season, and see how it goes for next season. And look to get young players, draft picks in return, and then open up a bunch of cap space for this upcoming offseason. But who knows? That's just the way I would do it. I've been a Bulls fan since MJ. I'm 36. I've seen a team that is best and at its lowest points. Why not go young and put them to the test to find out what you got? Yeah, I'd be all for that too. Again, though, what I pointed out earlier, it's like I don't want to go full out tank, right? What I don't want the team to do is create a G League squad and not develop the guys. Like, there's a big thing with me. It's like, if you have, let's say they trade everybody, and you get bad players in return, or young players. But to fill the rest of the squad, you have to go get a bunch of G League guys. Okay, like now you're full out tanking, and if you're playing Patrick Williams, you're playing Dalen Terry, you're playing your we're playing Ayo Dosunmu with a bunch of G Leaguers. That does nothing, in my opinion. That doesn't help their development, right? These guys have to play with actual NBA players to develop. It's very evident that that's how it works. So that's what it's like. If we're gonna go full out young, I'm fine with it. It's just that you have to surround them with at least some veteran people that are role player veterans, right? At least some guys that are actual NBA players, not all stars or anything like that. Just some NBA players, and there won't be guys taking shots from them. Just guys that can know they know the game. They're vets. They understand how to play, and can mentor some of these young guys. Because again, going full G League players does nothing good for a player's development whatsoever. We never traded or signed a player that was a game changer. Oh, you mean traded for Corey? I would agree with you that the Bulls have never traded for a game changer. Yeah. They traded game changers. I'll say that. They traded Luol Deng. They traded Jimmy Butler. They traded Derrick Rose. They traded all these guys. Et cetera, et cetera. So yeah. But let me move forward to this here, where it's like if we're trading Vooch, we're trading DeRozan. How does the cap space look moving forward for this team? And this is where I think it gets interesting. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. What did you say? I was asking. So you said we never traded or signed a player that was a game changer. I was asking, did you mean traded for a game changer and like not traded away? Like, because I feel like we traded away game changers. Which, if you're saying that we've never traded for, I would agree with you. But yeah, we've definitely traded away game changers, in my opinion. So I'm gonna show you what I'm looking at for next offseason that's coming up. So let's say we trade Vooch and we trade DeRozan. Okay. So this $28 million gets cut off the books if we trade DeMar DeRozan. Now, the only person that I'm really looking at out of this group here is I would assume to bring back. His cap hold is very small, so that helps his team have more cap space for next season. So if we trade away Vucevic, we trade away DeMar DeRozan. If we already don't bring back Vooch, this team is looking at around $11 million in cap space. Obviously, you have to get rid of all these cap figures, and this is not bringing back Kobe White, by the way, or anybody else. The only person we'd be bringing back is Ayo, but we can wait on his contract for a little bit later because of the Gilbert Arenas provision. So that can be set aside. If you trade away DeRozan, though, we're looking at potentially, $40 million in cap space, right? And this is where I'm a little bit interested in like kind of reshaping the squad. Because, like, again, you get out of this group right here, you just take DeRozan off, okay? We're looking at like a bare bones team again. And yes, we have Zach, right? Lonzo, again, is not someone that we can depend on, and he's not going anywhere because no one's going to take his $20 million. You can, I'm going to just assume that Derrick Jones Jr. and Andre Drummond, they decide to pick up their player options, and this accounts for that, okay? Marko Simonovic, goodbye. Go to the G League. Sign a two-way. I don't care. Whatever it is. But his money's not guaranteed anyway, so goodbye. So you're basically down to like 7 players with this roster. So you have cap space, you have some room on the roster. You bring back Ayo, which make it 8. But 2023 offseason, okay? And I'm not saying that this is like, oh, the Bulls they're back to being where they should be, right? Or they're back on track, and if they sign some of these guys. So First off, person I'm looking at immediately is Miles Turner. Unrestricted free agent. He's probably going to want around $20 million to $25 million, okay? That's a guy I would look to sign if we have $40 million in cap space, okay? That I would immediately look to go get him. He's going to be 26 in the offseason, about to be 27. Go get him. That's a guy that I would immediately love to get if we have the cap space to do so. And he wouldn't be signed to like a contract that's going to hinder this Bulls team. It'd be probably a 4-year deal with like 22 annual average salary and player option for fourth year. So nothing that's too significant, right? And again, not an all-star, okay, but a guy that's solid, that can be the anchor of your defense moving forward. Also brings 3-point shooting to the team. Unstoppable early on the chat brought Kyle Kuzma. Again, another guy I would love to go get. He'd be a guy that can help this team immediately. He is a player option. I expect him to opt out of it immediately. So we'll see what he does there. But another person that I'm potentially looking at here is if Fred VanVleet decides to decline his player option, I wouldn't mind him. And I know it's like, well, what about Lonzo? Like, what do we do with him? I'm saying if Lonzo ever plays again, which I think is very slim, play him at the wing. Okay? Play Lonzo Ball at the 3. He'd be a perfect 3-and-D guy for this Bulls team. Perfect. And he'd be very effective there. We'd have Fred VanVleet, who can come in and run the point guard position, a good defender, good playmaker, good 3-point shooter, a good guy alongside Zach LaVine and Patrick Williams. I think it'd be perfect. If we get Miles Turner, even better. Whatever it is, just if we get Fred VanVleet, I'm all for it. I know he's also a smaller guard, so it's a little bit scary, but I'd be willing to get Fred VanVleet. I'm not saying that this, is the Bulls on their way to getting a championship all of a sudden. It requires more moves, 100%. And whether that's, you pair, a young player with Zach LaVine to get the superstar, or you're drafting, effectively and hopefully find a superstar there, or it's signing, getting a free agent to come to Chicago at some later point. But it at least gets this Bulls team to be more enticing for free agents. They look a lot better. They'll play a lot better. And you get a lot younger and more athletic, and you get a lot better defensively. That's what I'm looking at. And I'd be for that. Because it makes sure that you're not going through the whole rebuild situation, which everyone kind of wants to do. You're pairing these guys together that complement each other. You're looking defensive first, okay? With all these guys that I've listed, I think it's a good idea. And I'd be interested to see if the Bulls would do that. And again, this requires that they trade Vooch and DeRozan first. They have to get rid of those two guys first to open up cap space for this offseason. I've been looking more towards the 2024 offseason for this team. And obviously, if you spend in the 2023 offseason, then you're not going to have money for this offseason. But 2024 is like, I'm looking at Jaylen Brown, who has to go through free agency, by the way, to get his max money. Fred VanVleet, if he picks up his player option. DeJounte Murray, again, he has to go through free agency to get his max deal. So he'd be another guy that I'm looking at. Domantas Sabonis is another guy. I know people would be kind of afraid of him, though, because he's not that good defensively, and we just had Vooch. So, but at the end of the day, it's like I'm looking at these guys, and then the biggest one is Pascal Siakam, who I think would help this team tremendously. If the Bulls have money in 2024. Pascal Siakam would be my guy that I'd go after. I know he's 30, but he'd be very effective on this team. What do you think about the Cavs? What about the Cavs who think they may want Vooch? No. They have Jarrett Allen and Evan Mobley. There's no reason to add Vucevic into that mix. And Evan Mobley's been kind of underwhelming this season, but I'm not sacrificing the defense that those two guys give me for Vucevic. No way. Because Darius Garland and Donovan Mitchell, they're not good defenders, so you have to have good defenders on the front line, or the front court, and Vucevic is not that. Sorry. I just don't see the Cavs doing it, unfortunately. I would love Jarrett Allen. I would love Evan Mobley. That's not happening, though, unfortunately. So yeah, just stuff to think about for this Bulls team. If I'm trying to like put the math together in my head, so like let's say if the Bulls they spend all 40 of their let's say they trade Vooch, they trade DeRozan, they have $40 million in cap space for this offseason. Then 2024, I mean, I'm looking at then like, let's see, what's the cap space is gonna, or salary cap's gonna be, that's the floor, 143 million, maybe. Like they may have like $30 million to spend in the 2024 offseason. So, like if you wanted to get more bare bones with this team, the 2024 season is it would be very interesting to see what this Bulls team does. Because even if you keep Zach, you're looking at $75 million in cap space for this team. So whether it's you wait till 2024 or it's 2023, I don't really care. I want to see some big changes to the roster, at least the core, right? And get a better foundation in place, with some younger guys on the team. Is this David? Is David? Yeah, I'm gonna guess that's you, David. What's going on? I didn't know you had this Google account named David Bernauer. That's great. See you soon. Yeah, I'm hoping to see you when you come in. It's gonna be hell on earth though with the weather. We're expecting a blizzard in Illinois. So yeah, not ideal weather conditions for you to come in on. I'm recovering from being sick, by the way. So I apologize for all the tissues and everything. Oh, I didn't. You didn't know that you made that your name either. Got it. Yeah, just discussing my Bulls and how much they suck and how much you're gonna enjoy whatever pick that you get from the Bulls this year for your Magic. Did you pick up on the Bulls finally drawing up a play when DeMarcus doubled team? Yeah. I wanted to show that earlier. I wanted to break it down, but it'll be for a later day, Corey. But yeah, I liked how they used Patrick Williams as the screener and the guy as the release valve, because if you're using Vooch as a release valve, he struggles to put the ball on the floor. So having P. Will as the release valve and putting Vooch in the corner so you can just catch and shoot, that was a good adjustment by Billy Donovan. Because Vooch, like, yeah, he's tall, but he doesn't move very well. So P. Will is a better release valve. So I thought they did a good job of that to avoid the double team. Boy, you're always sick. So David, I've actually had a good run of basically not being sick during COVID. Like, I have not had COVID. At least I have not knowingly had COVID. And since COVID started, I was basically fine. I haven't had. I wasn't sick at all. But I then, of course, went on a trip with one of my friends, and one of my friends was sick, and I got sick because of him. It wasn't COVID though, so that's how I got sick, unfortunately. So, tale of the story: don't leave the house. Don't touch grass. Don't travel, and you'll not suffer. At least for me. Yeah, David. For all of those who are watching, David is a Magic fan. He's been on my channel before, and he broke down the Vucevic trade with me. I thought it was a great move at the time for the Bulls. Obviously, it's been a disaster. So yeah, it's interesting. But he's celebrating right now because the Magic got the first overall pick, and Banchero looks great. and it looks like he's going to get a lottery pick again from the Bulls this year, due to the Bulls sucking so much. So at least that's the way it looks like. And I also think trades are on the horizon where the Bulls are not going to be making the playoffs. So who knows? But David is definitely cheering right now that the Bulls are upset. Or the Bulls suck right now. The franchise trade? Yep, the franchise trade. You think we could land Kawhi? No. I think the Clippers, and I think I even discussed this with you, Noel. I think the Clippers are full on committed to Kawhi and PG, even though they don't play. Those two guys, I don't know what's up with their health, but they don't play, and they're just praying to God that at some point they're both healthy, and yeah. You talk about PG, yeah. The franchise, yeah. I don't know, man. I mean, don't want the Bulls suck managing the picks though. Yeah, but you also told me, like, could you make sure that they lose enough so they don't make the playoffs, so they can be a lottery team, but then don't get a top 4 pick? I don't know, David. I mean, yeah, I like Franz Wagner, and I think honestly one of the things that people don't talk about with Franz is his defense. But I'm more like Banchero is that guy in my opinion. Like that dude has thoroughly impressed me this season, and it's very early. But yeah, he's been number one to like really do well. I don't know about that. I just think that Banchero is the guy that you make all your decisions off of, and Franz can easily be like the number 2 or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. That's just the way I see it right now for the Magic. And yeah, they have their guy in Banchero, and I hope he turns out to be what I think he can be, which is, you know, a superstar. But yeah, I don't know. Franz has definitely looked really good, so I'm happy for him. But it's always interesting to see though, because I get Magic tweets because I follow David on Twitter. Like there are a lot of Magic fans right now that they're upset with some of the things that are going on. Like yeah, great, we got Bull. Yeah, we got this player here, but it's like they kind of feel like they're also kind of stuck a little bit. Especially when the team has a bunch of injuries to like Cole Anthony, Jalen Suggs, and et cetera, and Jonathan Isaac hasn't played in 3 seasons. Like there are things wrong with the Magic still that need to get fixed. But at the very least, in my opinion, like you have your dude that is gonna take that franchise, hopefully to some winning teams in Banchero, and I think Franz is a great compliment to him as well. So you have 2 great foundation pieces. It's just that it's like, again, like I look at these other players on that roster, like Jonathan Isaac again has not played in 3 seasons. Markelle Fultz finally looks like he's kind of starting to come into form since returning from injury. But like again, Cole Anthony, Jalen Suggs, like they have all these guards, and Chuma Okeke, like they got all this talent, and it's like this. It's like these guys are nice, but like none of these guys are going to be turning into franchise cornerstones or foundation pieces. So it's kind of hard to kind of figure out what's going to be staying here. They decided to keep Mo Bamba. They have Wendell Carter Jr. though. What is Bull actually going to be? Like I don't know. It'll be interesting to see. Everyone's gonna want to show that they're the guy on the Magic. Yeah, for sure. I mean, think about it. Jalen Suggs was the 5th overall pick. No, don't worry about taking over my show, David. I kind of let chat run the show, honestly. After I talk for like 30 minutes and go through my plan stuff, and then I let chat kind of just dictate everything. So you're fitting right in, David. But what David just said to you there, Noah, like that's what I look at the Magic too. It's like Banchero's your number 1, Franz is your number 2, and then kind of everyone else is kind of like, you know what, we'll see if we're going to keep you or not, but like there's no guarantee you're sticking around. Like even Fultz, who like they traded for, like I don't know. Like, I know he's played a little bit better recently. I just don't know that if he's gonna stick there. Yeah. Yes, Franz could be number 2, but I feel like you're not completely utilizing Franz. Oh, I don't know about that. I would kind of utilize Franz as your number 2 right now, at the very least. Well, I think we all think that he's going to develop into something good, like, and better than what he is now, Noel. Like, I don't think that we think that he's stuck in number, like, this is what he's going to be. I just think that what Banchero is, that Banchero is going to be your number 1 because he has that potential to be the superstar. Something better than number 2. I understand that, but I mean, would it be a bad thing if you have 2 superstars and one of them's Banchero and Franz is your number 2, but also a superstar if you think he can become that? Like, I wouldn't mind that if I was the Magic, right? Only untouchables are Banchero and Franz, high priority keeping Wendell Jr. Fultz. So, I mean, like, I think I would put Wendell Carter Jr. in that high priority to keep, but to me, Fultz is like, we'll see. Like, I don't know about Fultz, and like I don't know about his contract either. Like, is he on the second year of his deal now? So we'll see what happens. But not having a clear cut dynamic negatively affects the team. I think the Magic though, like they kind of understand like Banchero's 1, Franz is 2. I think it's just kind of everyone else is kind of like how do we fit in that, and I don't know what the Magic know right now, right? But I mean, at the very least, right now with the Magic, like they know that Banchero's 1, or Banchero and Wagner, they're 1 and 2. Like there's no question at all in the Magic system right now. It's like, hey, like are these the 2 guys? All right, yeah. I mean, you have the right to your opinion, Noel, about Franz. Like, if you think that he can develop into that guy, or a Banchero level. I personally just don't see that. And when that happens, I think it would negatively affect the team. Oh, I personally disagree because I think it's 2 different styles, right? Banchero's a forward, Franz is more of a perimeter guy. I think if they both turn out to be superstars, like it's 2 different play styles, 2 different games, 2 different positions. They're not gonna, clash with one another. It's not gonna be a Zach and DeMar situation where you got 2 guys that play the same position and have similar style games and don't play defense, right? Franz is a very good defender. Like, I don't think people understand that. His defense has been really solid. I think with Banchero, I think the question might be defensively with him, but like I'm not too concerned. David, you can jump in on this as well. And sorry about the tissues, man. I hate doing this on stream, but I'm still recovering. Yeah. All right. If David's not gonna jump in, I'll just continue talking. Like, so yeah, I don't know what it is gonna be with the Magic. Like, I don't know what the rest of the roster is gonna be like. Like, I honestly think that like the untouchables, as David said, is just Banchero, Franz. You'll figure out the pecking order if one develops better than the other. I just think Banchero just has that identity that I'm like, oh god, like that guy's gonna be great, and I would bet on him more than Franz right now to be that superstar. But Either way, if like whoever it is, um, like we'll see. We'll see what it is with the Magic and who gets to stay, who gets to go. I see David's looking for a fault stat here. Yeah, I just think like right now with the Magic, like they're about to get another lottery pick of their own, right, wherever it lands, and they're gonna get the Bulls pick most likely, right? If it's not a top 4 pick, so they're adding two more pieces to the puzzle that they already have, which is already a boatload of talent that I'm trying to figure out myself, right? So I just think that like they're doing the right thing overall, which is you don't draft via the need for the team. You draft based off of best potential, best player available. You figure out the rest later. And if we see that Magic with Fultz starting, horrible. Yeah, Fultz starting 44-39. Yeah, and I can believe that, honestly. So yeah. They should recycle the talent they have. So yeah, like when it comes down to it, like they're gonna have all these guys in the roster. Okay, when they figure out who's the best players, right? They just get rid of the other guys. They trade them away. And it's very simple to do that, right? And some of them are probably gonna stay to be role players, right? I look at Wendell Carter Jr. right as a very good role player and for that team, and he's probably gonna stick around. But the guys like the guys that I question right now, it's like Cole Anthony, like, does he want to be like a great player? I don't know. Like, I don't know what he wants, but he's clearly not the PG for that team. So he'll probably be gone. I don't know what Jalen Suggs is going to be. I could see him fitting next to Franz and Banchero, but I also can see that he would not fit next to him. Like, I can see both ways, so they could just get rid of him. Yeah, like they'll just recycle the talent. They'll trade out all those guys, and then if anything, they can use those pieces to go trade for better players, right? Do you think Fultz over Suggs? I think for now, right now, yeah, but Suggs is also younger. David, chime in. Fultz over Suggs. I think you choose Fultz right now. But if it's long term, I think you're probably choosing Suggs. If it's for now, I think it's Fultz. Like, who's the better player right now? It's Fultz. And I know Fultz has injury issues. I'm very aware of that. Yeah, it's just it. This is like what the Magic are planning on doing, and like I know Bulls fans could be like, "Oh my God, this looks amazing." To have all this young talent, and yeah, it's nice to have all this young talent for sure. But if I'm the Bulls right now, I don't want to personally go that route because you don't have full control of your pick this year, and you don't have full control of your pick in 2025. So without the picks, right? Why would you try to go this whole flat out tank rebuild route? And also you're a bigger market if you're the Bulls. So I feel like Orlando should try to get more draft capital from recycling young talent, and I think they will. But like, sorry, right now, Noel, like they're still trying to figure out like who stays, who goes. Like that question has not been answered yet. So like, there's no reason to just start making trades for future draft capital yet because we don't know who should stay or who should go. Both low-key knocking down threes this year too. Yeah, that if he's doing that, then who knows? What guy of the future? Yeah, the Magic just have this thing though. Also, of like they get these athletic wings that are tall, lengthy, and stuff like that. Bulls pick to Orlando stays top 4 protected next year if it doesn't convey in the next year. Turns into 2 second rounders to 20s. Yeah. So again, showing why the Bulls are not gonna, or at least in my opinion, should not tank. in anywhere in the near future. It just doesn't make any sense. And I think you can still get to being a winning team without going the tank route. Because if we get the pick this year, then we're not going to have the pick next year. Like, or at least there's no guarantee, right? And then, by the way, here's the other thing: if the Bulls get their pick this year, and then the Magic, the protections go then the next year for the Magic pick, then that 2025 pick, then the Bulls get that 2025 pick. Then the 2026 pick, though, is going to have those protections going to the Spurs. So it's not like we get to just all of a sudden, if we land our pick, we get to keep the pick and keep the rest of our picks. The other picks that are being sent out right now, they're going to still be sent out somehow or some way. So, yeah, the Bulls may get to keep the 2023 pick, which maybe it is Victor Wembanyama. But there's no guarantee that we get to keep the 2024 pick. And then in 2026, that pick is going to San Antonio. So, this is the reason why I don't think Bulls fans fully understand that if the Bulls decide to go tank, they don't have their picks. Okay? They don't have full control of their picks. And to do a tank, you got to have your picks. And they don't have full control of them right now, which is scary, right? And I've said, though, this, if the Bulls decide to tank next season, you have an argument because they don't have to worry about this pick that's going to Orlando Magic this year. They'll have full control of their 2024 pick. Then 2025, that pick is top 10 protected. But if that doesn't convey, then it's going to just keep going on for similar to what David just said for this year's pick. So that makes a little bit more sense because you start your rebuild with full pick, full control of your pick, but then you still have to worry about one pick going out. So, I don't know, just kind of stuff like that. To be honest, everyone who enters the draft is talented. It just ultimately comes down to the draft prospects' work ethic and organization's development process. Yeah, and that's the reason why I'm saying, if the Bulls decide, hey, all right, we're not going to tank. We're still going to continue to do draft picks. Again, we have the Portland pick, which should convey this year. 2024, we're going to have our pick, okay? We don't need to draft top 5, top 3 every single year to get this team moving in the right direction. We just have to draft well. Dalen Terry at 18 this year, I think that was a great pick. And I think he's going to turn into something very valuable for this franchise. But, what people are all looking in on is we need the top pick to get the talent. It mind boggles me to see that because there are just so many teams right now that I'm looking around and I'm like, hey, they didn't have a top pick, and you know what? They're looking great right now. Just quickly off the bat, okay? Milwaukee Bucks. Giannis 15th overall, Chris Middleton second rounder. They trade for Drew Holiday. Yes, they had Jabari Parker. They drafted Jabari Parker, but he turned out to be nothing, okay? So their top pick that they got in that horrible season when they won 17 games turned into nothing, okay? So they didn't use that pick that was, top 3. It didn't help them. Boston Celtics, they had the top 3 picks, okay? Jaylen Brown, Jason Tatum, okay? I understand that, but they also were doing that in a time when they got Gordon Hayward and Kyrie Irving. So a little bit different situation, but they never tanked, by the way. They never decided to tank even after trading Paul Pierce, Kevin Garnett, and Jason Terry. They decided, hey, we're not going to tank, right? Cleveland Cavaliers, their only top pick of their team, right, is Evan Mobley at number 3, and that was most recently. Darius Garland was number 8, right, or whatever, or number 6 or whatever it was. And then Jarrett Allen was their guy that they traded for, right? Brooklyn Nets free agency. Philly, they had Ben Simmons and Joel Embiid. I'll give you that. But then they traded Ben Simmons. So Joel Embiid, number 3, but that's it. They drafted well with Tyrese Maxey. They traded for James Harden, okay? They went and traded for Tobias Harris. See? It's not just straight up, you got a talent you got your talent through the draft. Miami Heat, they drafted Bam Adebayo at 11. Drafted, or maybe it was 13, whatever the hell it was. They drafted Tyler Hero at 13. And I know they're struggling this year, but then they went and signed Jimmy Butler. There's different ways to do this, okay? And then Grizzlies, yes, they got John Morant, but how about Desmond Bane, late first-round pick? Dylan Brooks, okay? Jaren Jackson Jr. was a 4th overall pick, but he's not a top-end talent, right? So Denver Nuggets, Jokic, 41st or whatever, 44th overall. Jamal Murray was 8th or whatever. Michael Porter Jr. was 14th. Okay, they didn't do it that way. Like they didn't draft high, right? And they have an MVP on they have a 2-time MVP on their roster right now. Phoenix Suns, yes, they have DeAndre Ayton, but Bam was 14th. Yeah, see, but Devin Booker was drafted 13th overall, and that he was the foundation. Yes, DeAndre Ayton helped for sure. I'll give you that. But Golden State, I just keep going back to Golden State. You draft well. It matters more if you draft well than where you draft. Steph Curry, 7th overall. Klay Thompson, 11th overall. Draymond Green, 32nd. Like it shows you like there are so many different ways to get this team, get a good team around you. Like Jamal Murray was 7th. Okay, it's not all done at once. And let's just take the Toronto Raptors team that won the 2019 championship, okay? Kyle Lowry, guy that's been overlooked his entire career, late first-round pick. They traded, obviously, DeMar DeRozan, who wasn't that high of a pick. I believe he was 11th overall or whatever he was. Or maybe it was higher. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But you traded. I'm on Zach right now. You traded DeMar. What was he? He was 9th, okay? For Kawhi Leonard, right? And you drafted Pascal Siakam late first round, right? OG Anunoby mid first round, okay? Like the Raptors, that 2019 season, that team was not built off of like, high end talent, right? Or, high draft talent. We're looking at Fred VanVleet, who's a starting shooting guard. That team was undrafted. Like there are so many different ways to do this that doesn't require a full-out tank to get your team to the promised land. Unstoppable, I see you. I talked about it. Give me a second. So it just, to me, when it comes to when I see Bulls Nation, they're like, yeah, let's tank. Like, I'm all for a core change, but tanking, it's gonna be hard to get exactly the tank done correctly. Yeah, Nuggets got a bit lucky, sure. But if you think about what the Nuggets, like, they did a similar thing. They had Yusuf Nurkic. They had a bunch of centers on their roster. They still drafted Jokic. And yeah, maybe they got lucky, sure. But they did exactly what you talked about, though. Development, you drafted well, you scouted well, you drafted well, and then you developed the player. Okay? That's what you're supposed to do. Now the Nuggets, they took advantage of our Bulls, where they traded Gary Harris and Yusuf Nurkic for Doug McDermott. That sucked. Y'all remember that? I didn't like that trade to begin with. Nothing the Bulls have done this good. Yeah. And yeah, that I understand that. But then, David, I'll also say this. They have not given me any sort of confidence to go and do a rebuilding situation correctly either. And you know what? Maybe I'm still holding out on Patrick Williams. Like I don't know if he's ever going to turn into that two-way superstar that we want him to, but I can still see him becoming an all-star. Like I don't know about superstar right now with him, but that pick to me was a good pick, and it wasn't top 3. It was 4th, but it showed like, okay, that was good, and I have more faith with this front office and forming this team or with other draft picks that aren't exactly, top end of the line, Different people in Kawhi's 3rd year. It's different situations, but I'll get to that in a second. Yeah, so Unstoppable, if you're still here, I'm all for signing Miles Turner or Kyle Kuzma in the offseason. I think it's a good decision if the Bulls do that. Does this fix everything? No. Are they franchise cornerstones? No. But it helps his team move in the right direction. Yeah. And I think with Miles Turner, at least you got a guy that can anchor the defense that is also going to help your three-point shooting. And we kind of went over this earlier, but the Bulls for the 2023 offseason, already, if they decide to bring no one back, they have $11 million in cap space, okay? Now, if you trade DeMar DeRozan, this number goes up to close to 40, okay? Which is where things get more interesting. The 2023 free agency class, it's not the greatest class, okay? Chris Middleton is not going anywhere. James Harden's not going anywhere. Kyrie, I don't want him, okay? There's not really anyone out there that I'm like, oh, let's go get him, okay? So I got Miles Turner, for example, as a guy that I would be willing to go get. You know, it's going to be a 4-year contract, annual average salary around, $22 to $25 million, whatever it is. Player option probably for the 4th year. Yeah, I'm all for it. I think that's, you have your defense anchored down. At least you have a defensive center anchor for, moving forward, right? Which is good. Which I think is something that is very viable. Now with Kuzma, that's a guy, like, first off, he has a player option. We'll see what he does. I think he's denying it. I think he's 100% just going to be like, I'm getting paid. If I'm the Bulls, I'm willing to go like $20 to $25 million with him, but like it's not going to be. If anything, it's going to be like a 3-year deal. But like I'm not going 30 for Kyle Kuzma. There's no way, and I don't think he's that much of a game changer. I don't see him becoming an all-star. But either way, I do think these are better complementary pieces, a little bit better of a foundation for this Bulls team moving forward. If you have guys like Miles Turner, Kyle Kuzma on your team, where the person I'd look to trade later down the line would be Kuzma. But if you got Miles Turner on your team, at least that's a younger player that can be a foundation piece. Not saying, like a cornerstone or superstar, but at least a foundation piece where you can rely on him to anchor the defense and be a consistent player every single night. And figure out the rest of the team later how you get a superstar on this roster. Whether it's developing Patrick Williams or drafting well or whatever it is. And maybe it's free agency in a later offseason. But it requires somehow fighting that superstar trade. And that's the reason why I'm like, I think for this team to kind of do that superstar trade, it requires keeping Zach until the time is right. And, remember the Raptors? They traded DeMar DeRozan for Kawhi Leonard. Well, there might be a time where it's like, all right, we trade Zach LaVine, package him with something else for the superstar. Okay, like I can see that being very, very possible, and getting out Miles Turner is going to just help in that with that sort of play. Or even if the Bulls don't decide to do that, I just think it's going to help. So I'm all for signing Miles Turner. He's, in my opinion, he's leaving Indy. So I fully expect him to be looking at offers. And again, this only works out if the Bulls are trading DeRozan, whether that's trading him at the deadline or they're trading him in the offseason. So we can't be like looking at this now and be like, for sure, oh, the Bulls are going to have all this money. There's no guarantee. But if the Bulls do have that money, I would like Miles Turner to be a target of theirs. Now, the other person that I would kind of like to target, though, is Fred VanVleet, because I think he's going to opt out of this money because he's going to want more. And I would love for Fred VanVleet to be here. I think Fred VanVleet is a phenomenal complementary piece to Zach and Patrick Williams or whoever else is on the team. He's a good defender. I know he's a little bit smaller, but he's a good three-point shooter, good playmaker, good pick-and-roll player, and good defender. And I think a better leader than what we have on this roster currently. So, Fred VanVleet, if the Bulls can somehow get him, again, you have to trade DeRozan. Yeah, I'm all for it. I think there's some guys here that can help. Yeah, trade for LeBron James, yeah. You know what's crazy? I just kind of thought about this. Like, right now, if you're the Lakers, would you rather have Zach LaVine or LeBron James next to Anthony Davis right now? I know AD is going to be out for like a month. But, like, if let's say Anthony Davis was continuing to play at that high level that we saw before he got injured, like, who would you rather have, LeBron or Zach LaVine? Like, I think that's a genuine question they might actually have. I know LeBron's still LeBron, and, I still probably would choose LeBron because of the playoff experience, but, like, just say like, LeBron has not had that best of a season. And I think it was also kind of the problem when it came to the dynamic. Yeah. I'd rather have a wheelchair next to AD. Yep. Like, I did not think Anthony Davis could find another way to get injured, and that dude got injured in the air somehow. Like, what? Yeah. All right, Noel. You talked about comparing Patrick Williams and Kawhi Leonard for year 3. So we'll just look at this very quickly. Again, I think it's bad to have an expectation that P. Will is going to become Kawhi Leonard. Okay, that's an unfair expectation to put on a dude. But we see the tools for P. Will, right? We see the tools of what he can become. Not saying it's Kawhi Leonard, but it's at least a very good player in this league. So year 3, Kawhi Leonard, he averaged 12 points per game. Okay, a steal and a half, about a block, 2 assists, 6 rebounds. Now I'll just do side by side for you guys here. For Patrick Williams, he's averaging 9 points per game, a block, a half a steal. About let's see, for Kawhi, so compared to Kawhi, it's about the same. Or sorry, about half a less of an assist, and then let's see, rebounding wise, P. Will's actually gotten worse this year, so it's only at 3.8. So I think the biggest thing that I'm kind of looking at is that 3-point percentage for P. Will, which is 44%, which I need him to shoot more to kind of see what he is. Kawhi shot 52% for the field, so he's very, very solid overall, and P. Will's not shooting that great. Yeah. Yeah, and well, I think P. Will is on the right path. Like, again, I said this about. I'm going to continue saying this to people because for some reason Bulls fans are still on the whole Larry Markkinen and Wendell Carter Jr. stuff. Wendell Carter Jr., I love him. I said I love the pick when it happened. I thought he's a great piece, but at the end of the day, the dude's not going to be a dude that's going to turn into a 2-way All-Star or 2-way superstar. Okay, he may become an All-Star at some point, but it's not going to be, he's going to be leading a team, right? He's not going to be one of the top 3 players on a very winning team. He's probably going to be the 4th best player, right, as the starting center for the team. Okay, Larry, I know he's having a great season now. I said give it 25 games. He's proven me wrong in the 25 games, but that Jazz team is still not great. And Larry Markkinen on a title contending team, he's not gonna be the guy. He's not gonna be number 2 either. He's probably your number 4 option. So waiting around for him to develop is just not worth it. For Patrick Williams, I'm aware that his numbers look very stagnant, but I am very willing to wait around for him to start developing. And because he has that potential, right? He has that 2-way All-Star potential. And it's worth waiting on that. Wendell, Larry, not necessarily. Yeah, and so what David said, like Wendell Carter Jr., he could become an All-Star, like a Jarrett Allen type All-Star. But again, I'm going to ask people, would you build a team around Jarrett Allen? No. So it just shows you, like, these guys that the Bulls traded away, like, yeah, they're playing better away from Chicago, but it wasn't worth waiting for them to hit their peak because it's not going to be that high. But P. Will, I'm very willing to wait. So you're looking to see if he's growing. I don't know what you get from these numbers. To me, it doesn't look that great. But I'm more looking at the eye test with P. Will, and wipe out his second year. We don't really look at that. But Patrick Williams, to me, the biggest thing right now is that 3-point shot could legit be something, right? If Patrick, like, the whole thing about P. Will coming into his career was like, does he have a 3-point shot? And his rookie season, he shot 39%, but just didn't take enough. At least right now, he's shooting more attempts per game than his rookie and sophomore year, okay? That's improvement. And he's knocking it down at a very high clip. So if P. Will can become, this great shooter that we're looking at right now and just start taking more threes like he should, I mean, all of a sudden now we're looking at Patrick Williams as really becoming, at the very minimum, a two-way all-star, right? A two-way player all-star. He also needs to learn how to move without the ball, oh, for sure. And that's I feel like it's just something that's just going to come with time. I know I harped on it a lot earlier in the season. He just looked completely lost. Like it looked like he did not want to play at the beginning of the season. But he's done a lot better. And you mentioned defensively, Noel. Yeah, I think defensively he's looked great. I already think he's a great defender right now. So yeah, that's huge improvement as well from him. Is that he's defending very, very well. And yeah, I remember when P-Will got drafted and your mom walked into the room. Yeah, I was upset initially with the P-Will pick, but it was also just kind of like I was upset with like how people were reacting. Like everyone was all like in on Denny Avdia, right? And then everyone's like, "Oh my god, I can't believe that the Bulls like it's the same thing with AK as Gar Pax. They don't yada yada yada." Well, just saying, I would much rather have Patrick Williams than Denny Avdia. Just flat out. Like that between those two players, yeah, they made the right decision. Now, Tyrese Halliburton was there, and I would love a Tyrese Halliburton because that's a franchise-changing player that should be an all-star this season, and I would love to have him right now. But between Patrick Williams and Denny Avdia, yeah, I mean, Patrick Williams obviously beats out Denny Avdia easily. So yeah, a lot going on with this. So again, I just think with P. Will, we have to be patient. I want him shooting more threes. And I like what they've done recently with him is that they put him in a more used him more in the pick and roll of the offense, and so that he's the release valve for when DeRozan or Levine get double teamed. Like he's the release valve, and that's what it should be. Yeah, I like how he's being used right now. He's being used well enough for now. Yes, I would like for him to be in a bigger role though. Like I'm looking at that as, if the Bulls trade Vooch, and they trade DeMar, yeah, you're looking at P. Will becoming one of the main options, and let's see how then he fares with that. But I'm not upset with him being in this sort of role at his young age. Again, he came in very young when he came into the league. Like he was extremely young, so that like it's not all of a sudden all this pressure's on him to be a top option on a rebuilding team and the entire franchise is on his shoulders and all that stuff. Like I'm fine with that not being the case, but we're definitely starting to move into that point now where I want to see him in that bigger role now that he's 21, not 19. And so trading DeMar is probably worth the move, right? As Unstoppable was saying in chat. Yeah, he didn't play much in year 2, but like it would still be this role that we're seeing today in year 2, right? It wouldn't be any different. Now, here's the thing, like the reason why I'm happy that we're not like if Patrick Williams, let's say the Bulls did not have Zach or any other young guys when Patrick Williams first came into the Bulls. Let's say it was just P. Will, right? Can you imagine how upset Bulls fans would be if your rookie that you drafted first overall that we're saying is going to be the franchise changer is averaging 9 points per game in his rookie season? Like, people would flip, right? So, thing is, though, is that I don't think Patrick Williams is going to come into this league averaging 15 points per game. Just not possible. He's extremely young. He played off the bench in college. He's obviously going to be a project. And I'm like I'm all for waiting for him to develop, and him not having that huge role at age 19 coming into the league. I'm fine with that, but it's definitely now's the time where it's like we're starting to move into that mode where it's like, yeah, he needs a bigger role to see if he can handle it. So again, trade Demar, trade Vooch, whatever it is, trade Zach. I don't care. Yeah, we'll see, because if he can handle that role, this Bulls franchise, if we can find out that Patrick Williams can handle being a top option on offense, this Bulls franchise is skyrocketing into the right direction easily. I agree with the point guard comment. Well, I completely agree with it. Sorry, that was. Yeah, I totally agree with you that a good point guard next to them helps them, and which is kind of the reason why I'm like, if the Bulls decide, let's say they go the whole, let's say they trade all three of the big three and they go young, but again, you don't tank if you trade the big three, you go young, right? But having a veteran point guard to help Pat, right? That helps his development so much more, and that's what I care about more than tanking to get the top 3 pick, hopefully, and it's probably not going to convey to the Bulls, right? So yeah, I think a good point guard definitely helps. And here's the thing, I don't think Lonzo's that guy. Right now, Io isn't that guy, clearly. I think Io could develop into that guy, but not now. And Dragic, and I still don't think Dragic is that guy either, because Dragic is still kind of like in that mode where he's playmaking with only the big man, and is kind of still more geared towards like a scoring guy. So yeah, quiet Tony Parker, good example. Yeah. Yeah, so David just said Van Fleet, right? So if Fred Van Fleet comes here, let's say let's say the Bulls trade Levine, trade DeRozan, trade Vucevic, okay? You clean house, but you sign Fred Van Fleet for him to play with all the young guys. Fred Van Fleet's your number one, but it helps guys like Patrick Williams, guys like Iosu, guys like Dale and Terry, right? When you have that point guard to kind of run the offense and get everyone into their sets, like, that's going to help this team move forward. D Rose, no, I don't think D Rose helps too much. I think D Rose is kind of like in that scoring mode that I talked about with Dragic a little bit. But what I would also like to see is like, I don't like. Let's just look at point guards for 2023. I guess like, again, I don't think Lonzo's that guy, because Lonzo lacks playmaking. He doesn't shift the defense like a point guard. Like at least I would like the my point guard to shift the defense. So just looking here, I mean, like there isn't too many options, honestly. So I don't know. Again, Fred VanVleet's like the kind of the guy I'm like, oh yeah, I would like him. Willing to trade for Chris Paul? I mean, I'd be willing to do that too, but why would the Suns do that? So it's just like I keep saying that if you're gonna tank, it's not 50-50, right? Um, campaign is not the future. My God. Might want to run Booker at the 1. I disagree. I think Devin Booker just needs he needs to have that guy next to him to run the offense and help him get into his sets. So when I just to get back to my tanking point, like if the Bulls tank, it's a G League squad they're forming, right? You're not signing vets. You're not looking to get good role players, right? It is straight up that you're making the team as bad as possible, and to me, that's not good. That does not help the development of these guys, especially Patrick Williams, right? So if the Bulls do go this rebuilding route, to me, it's still important to have these vets around. Again, there's no 50-50 if you're going to tank. It's either you're full out tanking, trying to go 0-82, or you're not. It's not 50-50. You can't do both. And it's like, because we're going to continue to see these teams that just jump up into the top 4 when they have mediocre seasons, right? It doesn't make sense to tank, and you want to develop these guys that you already have. And not only that, whoever you draft, even if you do tank and get a top pick, you have to develop that guy too. They're not just going to come in and be a superstar. I know Victor Wembanyama looks like that, but he has to develop as well. So you need to have these vets around them. You can't develop guys if they're around a G League squad. It's just not possible. No, I'm sorry, David. I know you're making a joke, but Cameron Payne is not the dude in Phoenix. No way. I thought just my mic peaked there. I just realized that my mic setting's a little bit higher than usual. So would it be a complete reset? Yeah. I'm not saying that it would be, Noel. For trading for CP3? Yeah, I'm not saying it would be. I'm just saying I don't think the Suns are going to trade CP3. I think they're keeping him. Yeah, I would like CP3 on a young team that's trying to figure it out. Yeah, I'd love CP3. I mean, the other guy I would like is like a Mike Conley, but he's injury prone. Like he'd be like the other guy I kind of look at, right? I don't know. Other than that, I'm just kind of like I don't know. I don't really know. Like a Russell Westbrook, a Kyrie Irving, and D'Angelo Russell does not help, right? So no help coming from those guys. Kyle Lowry's interesting, but I don't. I mean, age 38. Yikes. This is 2024 anyway, so no thanks. But a guy like Tyus Jones, I'd love on this Bulls team. I would love a Tyus Jones on this Bulls team. Do I think he'd be the point guard of the future? No, but he can help this. If the Bulls go the rebuilding route, he can help this Bulls team get through it and help develop the guys to be better. Help develop them better. I think CP3 is a prime candidate for trade because he's been there for a lot of years and they aren't really getting over the hump. I disagree. I think the Phoenix Suns are going to go all in. Spurs have a good PG. What? Am I just forgetting someone on the Spurs right now? That'd be embarrassing. I mean, I'm not even sure who the starting point guard is for the Spurs. I don't even know who it was when the Bulls faced them. Was it Trey Jones? I mean, Trey Jones is also nice, but he's younger. Yeah, Trey Jones. Yeah, I like Trey Jones, but yeah. How do you feel about putting in a bid for Brandon Ingram? I would love it, but why would the Pelicans do that? Oh, they're both Bradley. Oh, wow. Damn, you went to a Bulls game where Walt Lemon Jr. was playing, David. I am sorry. I don't think Brandon Ingram's a free agent. I think Bi is stuck with the Pelicans for a while. And BI is not free agent until 2025. I mean, would I want the Bulls to be in on Brandon Ingram in 2025 for sure? But like, you know, I feel like it's a little too far ahead to be kind of thinking right now. I don't know, man. Like, I think the Pelicans, they're gonna be good for a while. And you see, like, Zion has to be that guy for the Pelicans, and he's that guy so far. Bulls versus Raptors, he went your freshman year roommate. Oh my god. Oh, so that was recent. What about a long-term plan? Noah? Yeah, but here's the thing, Noah. I think this was already like a long-term plan. I know, like this whole, the Rosen and Vooch thing was kind of like short-term, but if you listen to what AK and Mark Eversley have said, they said that this is a step-by-step process. They don't think that this is going to change or like become a championship in 3 years. Like it's going to take a bit. So that's kind of where it's like, I've already expected this team to have a long-term project, even if like the Bulls are trying to win now with DeRozan, with Vucevic, and with Zach. Like to see Patrick Williams stay on this team, to see them draft Dalen Terry, to see them still kind of look at like they're probably going to be looking for young talent on the trade market this season. Like it shows to me like this is still a long-term deal. And by the way, Lonzo Ball was 23 years old or 24 when he signed with the Bulls. Like he was supposed to be the long-term point guard of the future and be here for the next decade, right? So it's kind of like they had this long-term envision already in their head. It just, to me, it's like they might have to go to the long-term stuff much quicker than they thought. I think they thought that they could make a team that is winning now and then also be building or help developing guys that are on the younger side as well. But to me, like you're seeing right now that the winning team that they try to build is nothing. Like it doesn't get anywhere. It's garbage. So yeah, I mean, obviously this team should not be 12-18. Like I think we all kind of know that. But yeah, they're nowhere near a championship. That would be making them able to make those huge trades. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I'm in total agreement with you, Noah. Like I think it needs to be a long-term plan from here on out. But we'll see, right? Is Zach willing to stick with the team for a long-term plan? I don't know. I think Zach at least wants to be part of a winning team. If it's a long-term plan, but I mean, if he doesn't want to, you trade him, obviously. But like just saying, like it's not like this team is screwed, right? Like they have young talent on the roster already, and they can trade for more young talent and more draft picks immediately if they wanted to. So I'm feeling confident with this Bulls team that it's not going to be like we're going to be stuck in an absolute purgatory for a while, Well, Zach is definitely replaceable. I'm not saying that he's unreplaceable. I'm just saying that I think that this Bulls front office was like, I think they thought that Zach could be like that bridge guy between the win now team that they had with DeRozan and Vucevic to, bridge the team over to when Patrick Williams is, 25. I would assume was 25. Dalen Terry is finally developed, right? Like Zach would be that bridge sort of dude, right? I feel like if we had a different coach, we wouldn't have this problem. I think the team would suck still. The roster construction is bad. I will say I am not a fan of what Billy Donovan has done recently, and to see that he got an extension kind of points out to me that this Bulls team is not going to tank because he left OKC to not go through a rebuild. So I just think that it's just kind of how it is for this Bulls team in the long run, is that they're going to be looking to win even if the team is bad, with Billy Donovan at the helm. Can Lonzo actually not walk upstairs yet? Yeah, he can't walk upstairs still. If Lonzo never plays again, do we have insurance protections? If he can't medically clear, are we on the hook for his salary? It's not looking hopeful he ever plays again. So here's the thing: if Lonzo retires, I think he comes off the salary. I think he actually comes off of it, but I don't think there's like the only protections that would be put into Lonzo's contract. It would be as if like he had to have incentives to play multiple games, then the Bulls would be kind of let off the hook. But I don't know how that all works out. Sort of like Chris Bosh, yes. It would be very similar to Chris Bosh. Yeah, I don't want to trade Zach to Dallas either. I would not like that because they have nothing. I like Josh Green, but that's not what I want back for Zach. Which, by the way, I don't see the Dallas Mavericks doing that. Like they're not going to trade for Zach. They can't. Yeah. For Anthony, what David said, if Lonzo had to retire because career ending, right? It won't count against the cap anymore. He still gets paid. So my thing is this: I don't know if Lonzo's camp what they want for him. Like I think they probably want Lonzo to try to continue getting through this because he's still probably looking for a payday later on in his career, right? From a pure basketball standpoint, LaVine and Doncic would be fun to watch together, but for the Bulls, it would suck. Oh, yeah. I mean, the Bulls were so close to having LaVine and Doncic together. Can you think about that? Like, they were very close to having LaVine and Doncic together. But it didn't end up happening. I would love to see it. I think it like, I always say, Zach's a perfect number two to a superstar. Doncic is a superstar. Zach's number two, oh my God. They'd be unstoppable. But obviously, defensively, it'd be suspect. But I mean, they're both 6'6", 6'7", so I think they could figure it out. But yeah, we love it. What do you think? What do you want back for Zach? 2 first-round picks and at least one young player. Oh, who do you want back for Zach? I'm sorry. A young player in return. I should. Yeah. If we're talking about players, it'd be young player that has potential, right? Kind of hard to find those guys right now that aren't expendable. That guys are willing to give up. That'd be that. But I'm mostly looking like salary filler and then 2 first-round picks minimum. So, David, my thing with that is with Lonzo, I'm at, like, I know Derrick Rose had all those knee issues, but we saw with Derrick that he got through rehab, right? Derrick, like, yeah, he had all the issues, and it's like you have all these issues with your knee, but the surgery was successful. You went through rehab, you healed properly, and you're back out on the court, right? With Lonzo, he's had 2 surgeries since his meniscus tear, and he is not rehabbed. Like this is the reason why I'm like, I don't think this dude is coming back. Like he apparently now it's like he's still having nerve issues where he's having pain where he shouldn't have pain in general, and I'm like, man, that just straight up sucks. And to me it sounds like it's chronic or whatever it is. Like it's something that is not like there's nothing structurally wrong with him. He just is gonna have pain for the rest of his career, and that's gonna make him unplayable. So I don't know, man. Like it just it looks very, 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 very bad right now for Lonzo in his career. Like I genuinely think that Lonzo's career is in jeopardy, and it sucks to say that. That's why I say we keep Zach Delure number one. So otherwise, if we get rid of the big three, well, MVP caliber all-star want to come with no help, essentially a rebuild. So yeah, I mean, Anthony, like that's kind of the reason why I want to keep Zach as well. It's like, how can Zach, like, how can this Bulls team actually lure a guy over? Like to me, if you're keeping Zach, it's mostly so that you can trade Zach for a number one later. If we can lure a free agent, great. I just don't see, those types of free agents of a number one, like superstar free agent coming over to Chicago. They have to go through a lot to start changing that up. I could see, all-star level players come in Chicago to play alongside Zach, but I don't know about superstar. I think that'd be very, very tough. Sounds like Brandon Roy, yeah. With Lonzo, yeah. So, David, here's the thing, David. Lonzo has not gone through any part of his rehab. Like, he is stuck at square one, okay? We see him right now that he's coming out into the practice facility and he's kind of shooting free throws, but he has not started running, he's not jumping, he's not doing any sort of conditioning, he's not lifting weights. Like, it is straight up that he is just stuck right now trying to fix his leg. It's that bad. And to hear the surgery that he got at the beginning of the season, where it's like, oh, he's fixed. Like, apparently they had to remove loose pieces from that surgery, but yet he's still having issues. So they thought that the loose pieces were affecting his nerves. Well, they removed the loose pieces. What's happening now? So to me, that just kind of sounds like it's chronic, that he is forever just going to have pain there. And if he can't get through that pain, or that pain's never going to go away, I think you're done. So that's the part where it's scary to me. Like, think about this, guys. Lonzo Ball has not been on an NBA court in a year, or it's about to be a year very quickly here. Good thing LaMelo exists. Well, here's the thing, David. LaMelo's been injured for most of this season too. Like, yeah, good. It's a good thing LaMelo exists, and I think LaMelo is going to have a great career if he can stay healthy. But I'm also worried about his health. Like, is it just the Ball family that they just have bad DNA and bad genes, and like, who knows, man? Giannis, maybe one day, yeah. I understand Giannis is a whole thing, but like, I just don't see that happening anytime soon. Yeah, 2027, but I mean, like, what's Zach LaVine going to be in 2027? 32 years old? Like, yeah. Hey, can you have a more cutthroat approach like Philly with Fultz? What do you mean by that? You said not fans' foot. Yeah. I my biggest worry though, David, is that is LaMelo going to recover well, right? Because maybe it's not necessarily that they get injured, but it's that their recovery was just bad. Like, they can't recover if they ever get injured. Yes, Noel, yes. But who are you saying he should be more cutthroat with for this team? Like, are you just saying that he has to change the core? Because I think we're all in agreement that he has to change the core. Yeah. Oh, Lonzo, that's what you're saying. Okay, got it. So, yeah, here's the thing. I want Lonzo moved because I feel like his $20 million that is on this team is just going to be wasted $20 million. But we can't do anything. Like, the Bulls cannot trade Lonzo Ball. No one wants him, right? He is making $20 million a year. Why would a team want him if they know he's not going to play? So sure, we can cut him, but that $20 million still counts towards our salary cap. It doesn't help the salary situation. So we're stuck with Lonzo until it's career-ending injury, or he comes back and hopefully plays, or we just let the rest of the contract play out. There's nothing the Bulls can do with Lonzo Ball currently. It sucks. Magic love injured players. I mean, if AK can pull off a Lonzo Ball trade, no Bulls fan should ever complain about AK, because I don't think Lonzo Ball is ever playing again. And if AK somehow convinced that Lonzo Ball is tradable and is a valuable asset to any sort of GM, give that man a raise, because that'd be miraculous, and I just don't think that's happening. Young team with cap space, think gamble on Lonzo. There are 100 better options to gamble your cap space on than Lonzo Ball right now. Hundreds and hundreds of better options than Lonzo Ball. Hundreds of better options. I would have rather had Dame than DeMar, but maybe we'd still be in a situation. I think we can actually do good things with this core. Just need a bench. We'll see. I think Dame on this team would definitely help this team be better than it is now. I just don't know if it helps this team get to being, like a championship caliber team, or like a very winning team. I think it's a team that's, fighting for like the 4 seed every year, but like, can they become one of the top teams in the East? You have to see. I think the Ball family is milking it. They got their bag. No need to keep playing. They're all set for generations. No incentive to keep playing. I don't think that's the case, because I think both those guys like to play. It's just that I think they understand right now that the injury issue for Lonzo is severe. That if they decide, all right, it's career ending, that he's missing out on a lot of money. So they're going to do everything in their power to try to get him back onto the court, because that's going to get him paid. Yeah, I don't know. He has $40 million remaining, right? Yes, he has $42-ish million remaining for his contract, and that's after this season. He's a number 2 pick with all-star potential. I don't care that he was a number 2 pick, honestly. He might have all-star potential. I don't think he does. I personally don't think he has all-star potential. But we've seen that, he's not gonna, he's more of a 3-and-D type player. I don't see many teams looking forward to taking on that $20 million and praying to God that his health comes back. Charlotte Hornets would take him. If there's a team, it would be them. But again, why would they do this? Like, why would Charlotte do it? I guess Charlotte. Okay, I can understand Charlotte because you'd be pairing the Ball brothers together. I can get that argument, but I still just think it's still just a bad play for Charlotte. Sell tickets, yeah, and yeah. I mean, if there's a team that has no future going on for them, it would be Charlotte. Like, they have LaMelo, but I keep saying, like, Charlotte looks bad. Like, they're in a bad situation right now. So yeah, I guess I could see that. I'm being real with you guys. I would trade Lonzo for a 2nd-round pick if I could right now, but that's not happening. I don't think Charlotte's going to do that. Yeah, so know what? Like, if the Bulls try to trade Lonzo right now, and let's say they trade him to Charlotte, okay? Charlotte's not giving back anything. They're going to be like, we'd rather trade you a minimum contract player. We'll just absorb his salary. We're not going to trade you anything. Like, there is no value in getting back Lonzo. The value would be getting his $20 million off the books. That would be the value. But I just don't see that happening. I seriously don't. I think Charlotte understands that he's damaged goods as well. No ball team is LeVar's prophecy. Yeah. It would be LeVar's prophecy, but why in the hell does Michael Jordan want to listen to LeVar Ball? maybe it's the tickets, sure. But if it's actually about winning, that's not a move you do, because I genuinely think Lonzo Ball is damaged goods right now. Yeah, and here's the thing. If this was the prophecy, right, then he'll never get to see Lonzo Ball and LaMelo Ball play together on the court because Lonzo Ball will never play. Like, that's how bad Lonzo Ball is right now. I'm trying to say, I hope that this is, like, I'm wrong about Lonzo, but everything that's being said, again, we're coming up on almost a year since his injury, okay? The dude is nowhere close to the court. I think he is farther away from being on the court than what we saw before. Like, he's farther away from coming back to the court than after he got his first surgery. Like, that's bad. It's been a year. Has been any progress in 1 year? Hey, Noel, I'm gonna say he's gone backwards in 1 year. That's what I'm gonna say. I don't think it's been progress. It's been worse. It's gone backwards. LeVar beats MJ 1-on-1. He has to trade for Lonzo and Sciangelo. Sure. I guess. Yeah, I don't know, man. It sucks seeing this. I'm a little shocked that that the Bulls have not applied for the disabled player exception. But I'm also not shocked because even if they get it, that means that they're going to the luxury tax, and they're not going to do that. So, and here's the thing: I don't know what the doctors have said, but we keep hearing January, right? We keep hearing, All-Star break. Great, awesome. So all that's kind of doing is not allowing the Bulls to get the disabled player exception, because you need a disabled player exception, or to get the disabled player exception, you have to be guaranteed out for the year, right? And there's still no guarantee with Lonzo for anything at this point. Kyrie was such a parasite, I would try trading for him with DeMar and Vooch. I'd do that too, but yeah, Kyrie's a parasite. I do not want him playing for the Bulls. I do hope that, like, let's say the New York Knicks get desperate here. Like, I don't care who it is, whether it's DeRozan or Vucevic. I would love to get Cam Reddish off their hands, because I think that's a player that the Bulls could use moving forward. I know he might have some, like, motor issues, but, like, when I say motor, like, engagement level issues, and, like, his ability to actually want to be the best he can be, I'm aware of that, but that potential is something that I can't overlook. So I'm hoping the Knicks kind of get desperate. They're like, hey, we want someone. So, which we can't want straight up? No, it would be, I went over this earlier, Anthony, but basically, excuse me, the trade would be this. So if it's Vucevic to the New York Knicks, okay, the trade would be Evan Fournier for matching salary purposes, and then you get Cam Reddish as well. Evan Fournier's on the bench. Like, Evan Fournier is not playing right now. So, they want to get rid of Evan Fournier. They want to get rid of Cam Reddish. Okay? You do this trade, plus first round pick. Maybe it's not even a first round pick at this point. Who knows? I think it's a possible deal. They losing, then yeah, probably Knicks be desperate for a trade. The Knicks, I feel like they're just desperate in general, because, like, they signed Jalen Brunson, but they're like, yeah, like we know Jalen Brunson's good, but like we know he's not the guy. They know RJ Barrett is not going to turn into the guy, right? So you have like a good team of just good players, but you don't have an all-star necessarily on the team. Julius Randle is okay, again, not that guy. So they want to at least boost the team a little bit, and they'll add on someone that is all-star, fringe all-star, whoever it is. They're desperate for a superstar, and I think they might get desperate enough where it's like they think that, oh, this guy's an all-star but can't turn into a superstar, and who knows. But Vooch, that wouldn't be that. It'd be more of like, we want to get rid of Cam Reddish and Evan Fournier. Bulls are willing to give us Vucevic for it, so at least we get a playable player. We have to give up a first-round pick, though, in return. I'm like, hey, yeah, I'll take a first for Vucevic, easily. Plus Cam Reddish? Oh, for sure. I'd love that. Throw in D Rose. I don't think it's possible because of contract. See? Too much money. Contracts don't match then. So it's just kind of an idea to throw out there. I see with Noel. You said that you think that Vooch is worth more than just Cam. I agree, it's worth more than just Cam Reddish. But I also think he's not worth more than Cam Reddish and a first round pick and a salary filler right now. Again, unrestricted free agent come the offseason. He's on a 1-year deal. He's not a defender. He's not even an all-star at this point. He's just a starter. Doesn't look great, right? It's not that enticing. It's not going to net much return. I just want something in return to make sure that we don't lose him for nothing. And that's kind of the situation the Bulls are in right now. It sucks, but it is what it is. Hey, I don't remember what stopped Luka Doncic being a Bull. It was Sean Kilpatrick and his great game that he had when the Bulls were trying to lose every single game. Yeah. To break the core, not trading P. Will is for sure number one option. Oh, I totally agree. I'm not trading P. Will. No way. So what stopped Luka Doncic from being a Bull was that Sean Kilpatrick for the Bulls had a game, the last game of the season. He went off for like 27 points or something. I don't know what it was. The Bulls won. And it ruined the Bulls' odds. Not saying that the Bulls get the third overall pick still, but it hurt the Bulls' odds. We had the 7th overall pick instead. And it was like that for 3 straight years. Which again, shows you that if you're tanking, it has to be with full out G League team. You cannot have any sort of vets on a tanking roster because they'll somehow win you a game. Sean Kilpatrick, a veteran at the time, won the Bulls a game they shouldn't have won. It ruined the Bulls' chances at potentially having better odds of getting the 3rd overall pick or top 3 pick. That's the reason why I don't think people understand if you're just trading the big 3. Yes, it signals rebuild, but it doesn't necessarily signal we're full out tanking because the team's still gonna win games that they shouldn't win, and in this new lottery system, you can't win games if you're full out tanking. You'll face more consequences for winning games if you're trying to tank in this lottery system. You're gonna feel the effects. It's gonna suck. Luka's definitely a player you build a franchise around, but is Zach that guy? No, Zach's not a guy you build a franchise around. Zach's a guy that you put next to a superstar, which is the guy that you build a franchise around, right? So, if the Bulls drafted Luka, then you're building around Luka. Zach LaVine is part of that building around Luka part. Like, that's where Zach is so effective. He is the perfect number 2 option, the perfect number 2 for a superstar. But the Bulls don't have a superstar, so we're stuck with Zach at number 1, and it's like, well, he can't be a number 1. We're seeing that right now, and even on this team, I'd argue he's not the number 1, and it's DeMar DeRozan, and we see that DeMar DeRozan can't be a number 1. So, yeah, you don't build around Zach, but he's part of who you build. He's a good piece forever who you build around. So if Patrick Williams becomes this superstar, Zach is a perfect complement to him. But I don't know if Patrick Williams is going to become that. I don't have faith that he's going to become the superstar. I think he'll become an all-star right now, but I don't know. Yeah, Kilpatrick averaged that many points when the Bulls just randomly signed him. They're like, hey, let's sign Sean Kilpatrick for the last 9 games. What a great deal. I think it's Evan Fournier. We should try to get Mitchell Robinson. I would send them a pick as well. Oh boy, if I'm the New York Knicks, I am not trading Mitchell Robinson for Nikola Vucevic. I think that'd be disastrous, and I think Tibbs would have a fit if that was the case. He's not tradable until January, I think. Yeah, so January 15th is when Mitchell Robinson can be traded. So we'll have to wait a little bit on that one. But if that's the case, then like it would be let's see here. The Bulls, I think, could still get Cam Reddish and Mitchell Robinson, but like they don't do that trade, I don't think. Like you said, you have to send a pick. I'm not willing to send a pick for Mitchell Robinson. That's not something I'm going to be doing. If I'm trading Vooch and getting Mitchell Robinson and Cam Reddish in return, I'm not sending out a pick for that. That's not worth it. Now, if you're going to tell me that you can get Mitchell Robinson but not sending out Vooch, then yeah, I'm willing to send a pick out, but how do you match salaries? Oh yeah, and Softball mentioned, yeah, so the Bulls, they ended up tying it with the record with the Sacramento Kings that season, okay? And then get this, the Sacramento Kings lost the coin toss, but then they jumped up to number 2 in the lottery. So they got to pick Marvin Bagley. Well, it's no, like, it kind of sucks, right? Because it's like, well, the Bulls could have jumped up to number 2 if they just lost the coin toss. Yeah, the Bulls, like, there's no guarantee they pick Luka, but, like, man, oh man. If the Bulls made the right decision, we're looking at Luka Doncic and Zach LaVine right now. A lot better team. Robinson's also injury prone too, yes. And here's the thing, I don't even, like, I swear to God, Mitchell Robinson's, like, he's not playing that much. Like, I could be completely wrong, but I don't think Tibbs is playing in that significant amount of minutes. Like, look, it's not like he's playing 30 minutes a game. Because he fouls a ton? Yeah. I mean, he's averaging 3 fouls per game. That's pretty high. Yeah. But still, I just think Tibbs would have a fit if they traded Mitchell Robinson, defensive-minded center, for Nikola Vucevic. I genuinely think Tibbs is going to have a fit. Think the Bulls would pick Jaren Jackson Jr.? Probably, yeah. David, as a Magic fan who wanted Trae Young, I want to know what your thoughts are on Trae Young currently. Tired of his whining. Yep. I'm just gonna say that Atlanta is probably like hitting themselves for that trade right now. I don't know if you heard the Bill Simmons like little I don't know what spiel or whatever the hell. He had an episode though where he was kind of like, all right, Trae Young. Out of all these guys that I'm gonna list here, like, honestly not sure why he isn't hitting threes, less spacing, I guess, after trading Herder and injuries to perimeter guys. Yeah, I don't know what's up with the Atlanta Hawks, but they're not having a they're not having an overall good season. They're like last time I checked, they were, if I'm not mistaken, they were like averaging the least amount of 3-pointers per game, which is kind of crazy to say because the Bulls they're kind of the kings of not shooting threes or making threes, but they're 3-point. So yeah, they're 29. So like if they're still bad, they're also not hitting threes at a good rate at 33%. So that's also bad. Yeah, I don't think Trae Young's getting old. My thing is this though, like I've always had this issue with Trae Young where I'm like, I understand that he's putting up all these numbers, and yes, he got a team to the Eastern Conference Finals that did not deserve to be there, so I give him credit for that. But like they didn't deserve to be there. Let's just be honest. Like if Ben Simmons showed up for that Eastern Conference semifinals series, like the Hawks aren't in the Eastern Conference Finals. Ever since that year, they've been nowhere close to the Eastern Conference Finals. So I'm just saying, like, I think people are starting to see, like, Trae Young's value is not that high. He's a very small point guard that, yes, that can score the ball at will. That is very good in the pick and roll. But his defense, man, is nowhere to be found. It is one of the worst I've probably seen. And he chucks 3-pointers that I'm just like, what am I looking at? Like, he'll chuck up threes that, like, I don't even think Steph Curry will take. It's, like, bad shot selection. And so, Bill Simmons was, like, listing all these players. And he's just like, okay, if you could have this player or Trae Young, who are you picking? Ja Morant. Picking Ja. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Picking Shai. Desmond Bane. I'm picking Desmond Bane. And he just kept going on and on and on. And it's like, yeah, I would rather have those guys, everyone that he listed, over Trae Young. And yeah, it's just, oh man. I'm just, I think people are starting to see like, hey, this isn't the guy that is someone that you can effectively build a team around. Like, if Trae's going to be part of a winning team, he's your number 2. And then the number 1 has to be a phenomenal defender as well. And the rest of the team has to make sure that they can cover up for Trae Young's defense. It's bad right now for Trae Young. And his shooting percentage is god awful right now. So it's just something that I think is kind of interesting to look at. People thought like, oh, he's the next Steph Curry. Yeah. Next Steph Curry. The dude, again, he can score at will. 27 points per game. Good assister, right? 10 assists per game. He is shooting 29% from 3-point range this season. So Trae Young is probably going to make the All-Star team this year. I just remember when the Atlanta Hawks had the worst record in the NBA, and Trae Young this year was named an All-Star starter. 2019-20. All-Star starter, Trae Young. That pissed me off so bad. I was like, what am I looking at? Trae Young. The Hawks had 9 wins on the season. Named an All-Star starter. Yeah, his field goal percentage is all right. I'm not like that worried about it. Like 412 isn't obviously great, but like I expect it to get better. You know, I don't expect them to shoot for 41% from for the rest of the season. But yeah, the 3-point percentage, that's whew. There's a number one. If there's a one superstar you had a power to get on this team, who would it be? Giannis immediately. I personally think Giannis is the best player in the league right now. We'll see if he wins his third MVP. But I would, until recently, I guess I would say, before the Boston Celtics kind of went on a little bit of a losing streak, I thought Jason Tatum deserved the MVP. But now that it's kind of, you know, who knows? If injuries weren't a concern, I'd say Kawhi, maybe, yeah. If I had to give you other players, you think JT right now is better for a team than Giannis? Oh, that's, ooh, I don't know about that one. Giannis or KD, I would want. Just say, Anthony, if it's between Giannis or KD, it's Giannis 100%, 100 times out of 100. I would choose Giannis 100 times out of 100 over KD right now. So if I had to give you other players though, so it's like Giannis is my number one, obviously, but number two is probably Jokic. JT on a team might be more valuable. He might be because he's younger, but that's it. Like, there's nothing else though. Giannis is the better defender, and I would argue is the better player. That's no disrespect to Jason Tatum. He's been playing great, but I'm picking Giannis. So my number two would be probably Nikola Jokic. My number three is probably Luka Doncic. And again, this by the way, I'm not like trying to put this team, like put this player on the team currently constructed. This is just who I'd pick, like just kind of off the bat. You think KD's more clutch when game is on the line? He might be more clutch in terms of, you know, making perimeter shots, but I don't care, man. I'm choosing Giannis because I know he's going to make the clutch defensive plays on the other end, and he's still a massive pick and roll threat at the end of a game. Like, I think Giannis has learned how to be effective, even though he can't shoot the ball. Um, right? Like, I think Giannis is found a way to be effective in the clutch, even though he isn't able to shoot the ball very well. Like, he's finding ways to still score. Looking at James Harden, we'll see. Like, sorry, I'm gonna get back to you, Anthony. Like, when I think of Giannis and clutch, like, I understand that it's, you know, like, we saw the season where, like, he kind of struggled to close the games out and all that stuff, and then, yeah, I get why, like, people started questioning him, and then, you know, we saw the Ryan Hollins BS that he put on ESPN, and yada yada, I get it, but all I can think about is that block, Game 6, of the finals against the Phoenix Suns. The dude comes out of nowhere and gets a block on an alley-oop attempt from DeAndre Ayton. That's clutch. Like, yes, we can talk about clutch shots, but there's also something called clutch defense, and Giannis is going to make those plays. So, to me, it makes up for it if he doesn't necessarily score at the end of games, but I think he's found a way to effectively score at the end of games now, even though he can't shoot the ball. So I'm taking him. It's looking like James Harden. So David's like Luka's righty, James Harden with the personality. I kind of think there is a little bit of a difference, but it's getting to that point where we're starting to look at Luka as like a, you know, a James Harden. But my thing is this: the Dallas Mavericks have not done a good job forming a team around Luka. Like, Kristaps is nice, but like we saw that Kristaps is not that guy. He's not fit to be a number two. Okay. So that's where I'm like, I don't know. I can't be upset, or sorry, I can't be giving the Mavs credit for that trade. And then they have not built a team around. Look, like, who the hell is the number 2 on the Mavericks right now? Spencer Dinwiddie? Like, if Spencer Dinwiddie is your number 2, you're doing something wrong. So I just think with Luka and the Mavs, they just have never figured out how to get him a partner. Now, I will say this: was the Luka Kristaps thing, was that Luka's fault? It could be, but I need to see another all-star alongside Luka for me to start saying, like, okay, yeah, that's either Luka's fault or it was Kristaps' fault. So I can't make that judgment now, but who knows? My back. I'm not sure what's happening, so I apologize about that. I think I'm back. Okay, yeah, there we go. I'm back now. Sorry about that, y'all. My internet just completely died. Don't know what happened there. Like, it just completely shut off. So, yeah. That sucked, y'all. But yeah, I think it might be time to end soon here. But I do want to talk a little bit more. But yeah, just one thing. Like, I do think that, like, if you pair Zach next to, like, a superstar, you're looking at a very, very formidable championship caliber team. Um, I understand that Zach is not the perfect player. I understand that people are upset that, you know, he takes bad shots in their opinion, which I don't really know about that. But and he's not that great of a defender. But this is a dude that we've seen with Zach's numbers. Like, these are crazy good numbers. Okay, like, it's not something just to kind of scoff at. Like, these are great numbers by Zach. And I understand he's got off to a slow start this year, but it's you know, coming off a knee surgery. But, like, I don't think people understand these past 2 seasons before this season, like, 27 points per game on 50% shooting and over 40% from 3-point range. Like, that's unheard of. Okay, this dude put up 27 points per game and 50% shooting as a guard. Yeah. So it just shows you, like, he can play at this level where if he's the number 2 and he's looking, you know, and he accepts that role, and his number 1 can help him get open looks as a catch and shoot guy. Oh, it's that's a phenomenal dynamic duo that can lead you to a championship easily. So, just any of my thoughts on that. We'll see again what's going to happen with LaVine's future. Front office, I don't think he's going to look to trade him, but right now, to me, you don't trade him because his value right now is low because of how slow he's gone off to this season. But I won't be shocked if the front office decides to trade him when his value starts to raise again. So yeah. You think Kyrie would be good for the Bulls? How so? I don't know about that. I'll tell you my thoughts, David, in a second here. Oh, yeah, he's a parasite. Yep. All right, there you go. I just to let you know, I was a huge fan of Kyrie Irving. Like I loved Kyrie. I love this game. Uh, he's something special to me. I think he's a special player because I think he has the best handles we've ever seen ever in the NBA. That's saying something, right? And Kyrie for the Bulls to be return with that Celtics team. Yeah, that would that's a good comp. Yeah. Um, it just kind of sucks to see like I disagreed with some of his or a lot of his off court decisions. Uh, and it sucks to see a player where he's like he's so he's so what's the word, stubborn about his beliefs on some of the things, and I don't know if he really understands that some of the stuff that he says actually hurts people. Um, so it's just something that it bothers me, and so it's hard for me to support him. Um, I don't know, man. I don't know what his future entails because he's an unrestricted free agent, and I don't know if teams are gonna be willing to pay for him. Just a weird kid at school, but that's also the same kid that gets good grades at school. In a sense, yeah. But yeah, it's just it's hard to see that from Kyrie, you know. Um, guy that I think can be an absolute superstar. Has Kyrie's more likely to retire, probably. I won't be shocked. But it's just a guy that I'm like, he's a superstar, and like, you know, I'm not saying you need to give your entire life to the game, but to me, he looks more involved with off court things than and more involved, yeah, more involved with off court things that have nothing to do with basketball right now. So his mind is set there, and it's his decision. Um, Live on a ranch in Kansas. I can see that happening. Yeah. Go to the Lakers. I don't see that happening either. Like again, like I don't know what the Lakers, they don't have the money for Kyrie Irving. So unless he's willing to sign to the mid-level exception, that's, by the way, the taxpayer mid-level exception, it's not going to be the $11 million. It's like $6 million. Okay? Like, it's not, they don't have money. Like, $34 million maybe gets him here, but like, I think he wants a max, right? I don't know. Maybe he's willing to play for $34 million. So, yeah, the Russ contract's expiring. Yeah, but again, just because Russell Westbrook's $44 million comes off the book does not mean the Lakers get $44 million. Okay, or 47, excuse me. Right? It's not one for one. It's that the Lakers are so damn far into the salary cap and have such a high salary for the team that you just get rid of everybody except for LeBron James, Anthony Davis, and Damian Jones and Max Christie. You have to get rid of all these players listed here. You have to get rid of all their cap holds and not re-sign them. Okay, they get $34 million. That's, again, you have to literally get rid of all these cap holds, which means not bring any of these players back. Then they get that. Well, it's feasible. But then what do the Lakers do then? Right? All right, David, we'll be right back. All right, let me know when you're back, David. I'll talk about Andrew Benintendi. Um, what if the what are the Lakers gonna do at that point? They have if they sign Kyrie Irving to that much money, they have no cap space, no draft cap, or no trade assets. Okay, they have the mid level exception, the biannual exception. That's it. They have 5 players on the roster. How in the hell do they fill out the roster? Minimum contracts? Like, yikes! Oh boy. Guy's unrestricted free agent. Yep. He can go anywhere he wants to. So he can go here. I just don't know if the Lakers are gonna want to do that. I think they want to spend that $34 million somewhere else. That maybe a star that they can depend on playing all 82, or maybe fill out the rest of the roster. Like you have to understand, like the Lakers have to fill out their roster. Like they'll have $34 million in cap space using on one player. Well, you got 10 other slots to fill. How do you fill the roster? Minimum contracts, I guess, which is just you're not going to get much value for that. I think I need someone to control him. LeBron did that in Cleveland. I think he can do it now. I guess. I don't know if the Lakers buy it though. I think that's my biggest issue. And it's the GM, so I guess he's the one running the show in LA. So I guess what the Lakers think doesn't really matter. So the GM will do his thing. Lakers are screwed regardless. I mean, look, man, so LeBron is on this. Is he on for the following season? I don't think he is. Right? Oh, he is. Never mind. Okay, they're just screwed. I don't know what they're gonna do. They have to figure out something like I would argue almost now to maximize some of these 1-year contracts that they have, and try to figure out ways to actually make a roster for the future. But I don't know, man. We'll see. The fact that you have $46 million and $40 million in 2 players, it's so scary to look at. They have 1 foot in the grave. Yeah, they do. It sucks, but it is what it is. Yeah, I mean, it. LeBron can't be traded. By the way, he has a no trade clause. Or sorry, no, he can't be traded this year. Sorry, he can't be traded this year. He does not have a no trade clause. So we'll see. I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen, but I mean, Anthony Davis, they're clearly gonna keep him. So yeah, how many picks do they still owe? So they cannot trade a pick until 2027. Welcome back, David. He is back. So if you want to look at the Lakers and their future draft situation, so fans mode. This is much easier to look at. All right, second rounder. First rounder. They have this, okay, but there's protections on other picks. So or no, never mind. I don't know actually. I need to see basketball GM actually. Let me look at this. Okay, do this. All right. All right. So they can't trade 2025. So I guess they can trade 2026 then. 2026 then. Yeah, they can do pick swaps. So they have their pick for Okay, let's go back to this. Yeah, they have their pick in 2026, so they can trade this pick. The thing is, though, is that if you trade this pick, you can't trade 2027, and then they can trade 2028, I guess. I think if I'm reading that correctly. Yeah. So their pick this year goes to New Orleans. Their pick next year goes to New Orleans. So this year it's a pick swap to New Orleans. Next year it's to New Orleans. So they still have to go through that, and then they'll have their pick again. Or 2027, 20... Okay, so never mind. So they can't trade 2026 then. David, what's the protections on the 2020? What is it? Like, what's hindering them from trading 2026? Because they have 2025, right? Much further than the draft. So I mean, I honestly don't know what the Lakers are going to do. Honestly, I really don't. They'll have one draft pick this year, so I guess that fills a roster spot. I guess, yeah. But my issue, David, it's like back-to-back years. I'm like, okay, well, they traded 2024, so that means they can't trade 2025. But I'm looking at they have 2025, so why can't they trade 2026? So I'm just wondering. I'm sure there's a reason. And there's a better source here. NBA draft picks future. I know real GM. Let's see. Oh, okay. They pick swap 2025. That's the reason why. I didn't know that. So yeah. So Lakers, they cannot trade till 2027. They'll have their 2025 pick, but you can swap. The New Orleans Pelicans can swap it. So they can't trade till 2027 because they don't have full rights to their 2025 pick. LeBron guarantees you 3 picks regardless of age. I disagree. I think he doesn't get you 3 picks, then gets you 2 right now. But I don't see many teams looking to trade for LeBron James currently. He probably gets you 5. At his age right now, no. I think it probably gets you closer to 3 to 4. Like, I want to make this clear. The Rudy Gobert thing, it's so hard to use that as a base level. Like, you can't use that as a base level. That was crazy, that Rudy Gobert trade. Like, so I don't want to hear like, well, Rudy Gobert got 5 first-round picks, and like, I get it. Like, in theory, then Kevin Durant should get you 10, but it's just not possible. Like, at some point, that teams are going to have to be like, well, we need to trade this guy. So we can't get the 6 picks that we want for a player. Maybe LeBron attracts more value or is more valuable than 3 draft picks. Maybe. But I don't see many teams in that situation where they're like, yeah, let's trade for LeBron right now. And let's go to try to win. Like there aren't teams out there that are like that. Like he's not at that level anymore where we're like, oh yeah, he's an absolute game changer that we can rely on day in, day out. And do I think he's going to be effective in the playoffs? Yeah, if they make it. But I just think we'll see. I think draft capital for player has inflated. Oh, for sure it has inflated. I mean, DeJounte Murray got traded for 3 first-round picks, for God's sake. But it's just something that I'm like, this was one off season. I don't know how it's going to be for other off seasons or at the trade deadline. Like, we just can't be like, Rudy Gobert got 5, so Kevin Durant should get you 9, 10. Like, you can't trade 9 first-round picks. It's legit not possible unless you're doing pick swaps every single time. So, yeah. We'll see if we can say, like, the talent in the draft is worth it now, though. Like, because, yeah, the top 3 is always great, but, like, or maybe not even the top 3. Like, I'll just say the top 2 is usually good. Like, the rest of the draft might not be that great, right? I'm forgetting David, help me out. There's been a recent draft class that is like that has had multiple years to kind of figure itself out, and like the first round looks awful. It might be the Giannis draft, where it's like none of these guys really turned out to be anything, and it kind of sucked. So with the most recent draft class, it's kind of hard to kind of what we have to kind of wait and see. But I'm not exactly like 100% sure that like there's guaranteed good talent in every single draft, especially later. I still think there's always value, but the level of talent, I don't know if it's like that high. Usually 10 solid players from drafts now. I can agree with that statement. No, it's not that. Was it this draft? Hey, let's just take this. Let's take this draft right here. Anthony Bennett bust. Victor Oladipo became an All-Star for 2 seasons, but has not returned to form. Otto Porter Jr. role player. Cody Zeller, nothing. Alex Len, nothing. Nerlens Noel, role player. Right? It's just none of these guys. The first 9 picks have become much of anything significant. TJ McCollum, borderline All-Star. No All-Stars in the lottery except for Victor Oladipo. Okay? Giannis, good. Shabazz Muhammad, for God's sake. Haven't heard that name in a while. But you look at the rest of this class, it's like, yikes. Rudy Gobert, 27th overall pick. But no one else here is kind of like, ooh, that was a good pick, right? Dennis Schroeder's become something, at least a solid player. Tony Snell is the good old, put up no stats in a game. But, like, no one else is, like, that significant. Tim Hardaway Jr. is a starter. Like, I'm just saying, like, we've seen these sort of drafts. I already found this interesting, but while I played 2K13 last week, only around 50 players remaining out of 450 on the rosters. Ooh, wow. So, like, yeah. I can just see where people are like, yeah. I would click if I saw a player as a good bench player, all fit. Like, I understand that. No, well, I'm just saying that, like, a good bench player, is that really worth spending a draft pick on? Right? For some cases, yeah. But, like, you look at this draft right here, I see a ton of just bench players. It's like, yeah. So, yeah, David's saying, like, 2013 draft, full of solid role players. No stars except for Giannis, who has become the only reason why this draft class even looks decent. And then Rudy Gobert and Victor Oladipo have also been named All-Stars. That is it. that just is crazy. It's crazy to think. Oh yeah, I mean, no, yeah. Like, you're right. Like, there's definitely teams that need bench players for sure. Especially, the teams that are like winning but like need a little bit extra depth. Yeah, they'll need those bench players. I'm just saying, like, if when teams are saying, "Hey, I'm willing to trade you all these draft picks because we don't see them as valuable," this 2013 draft is something that they're looking at. It's like, I'm willing to trade 3 bench players for a star, right? I agree with David. Like, role players, yeah. Like, the draft is definitely a great place to get role players, but it's also the place where you can potentially get franchise changers. Young talent for cheap if you do it properly. The thing that's huge though is that when you draft the player, you have basically full control of them for 9 years, or at least at the very minimum, it's probably 8 if they're a good player, right? The 4-year rookie contract, and then the rookie extension, which that's when they get paid for the first time. So they're looking to cash in as much, or try to get as much money as possible. So you have full control over them. You have 4 years of cheap, 4 years of them being for a cheap contract, and then 4 years of control over them, and then you still have good control over them due to bird rights and stuff like that. But if we're talking about, the value of a draft pick, right? You look at 2013 and it's like, yikes, like it's not that valuable. This one right here, it's like I can already say, like, all right, this was a little bit of better draft class. Andrew Wiggins was an all-star. Joel Embiid, obviously MVP type candidate, all-star. And then Julius Randle's become an all-star still, But we got Marcus Smart's the Defensive Player of the Year. Zach LaVine's been a 2-time all-star. Clint Capella is a very solid player. You got Bogdan Bogdanovic. Like, you got more guys that are like more starter type players from this draft class just alone. So, yeah. But yeah, I would say that, 2013 I would say is a little bit of an outlier. But we've also kind of come into some drafts recently where it's like, what else is there, right? Do you remember last year? Like, let's even go to I don't know how to do this quickly on Basketball Reference. No, not this one. 20. Okay. No, let's just actually go to this one. So, do you remember in this one where it's like, all right, we kind of know the top 3-ish. We know Kay Cunningham, we know Jalen Green, we know Evan Mobley. Scotty Barnes was like, we did not know where exactly he kind of fit. But then after that, it was kind of like, I don't know who's going, right? I like, there's like no clear cut, like this player is a lottery, this player isn't, right? There's just kind of all this like mix and matching of like, what are these guys? So I think that's kind of where it's like, do GMs want to go through that and then hope to pray in God that they get that pick right? Or do you want to potentially trade it, if they have the chance to trade it for a star? Which they'd 100% be like, I want a star, because it's guaranteed a star, and not trying to get, figure this out, right? It, like, in most recent drafts, like, we've been seeing a lot of shifting between, the draft combine to then the draft to actually draft day. Like, we see a lot of players shifting up and down the boards because there is like no consensus really between a lot of these guys. And I'm talking like a bigger discrepancy between where players should go. I'm seeing players that are set to go in the first round of some mock drafts, they don't get drafted, right? It's like, it's that big of a discrepancy that we're like, yikes, what are we looking at? So this kind of something that I'm always looking at with these drafts moving forward. But yeah. I mean, even in this draft, I would assume it was supposed to be like fringe lottery to fringe lottery to late first rounder, right? They're like, Io wasn't supposed to be a second round pick and he dropped to 38. Like, we don't know where guys are really going to go in drafts anymore, especially when we get to like the mid first round. It's kind of like we don't really know where things are, like who wants what teams are thinking, what they've seen, right? So that's kind of where draft picks they lose their value with some of these guys. Double draft that's coming? I don't think a double draft is coming. Where'd you hear that information? I don't think a double draft is coming. I think the biggest change that we're going to see in the next CBA is that 18-year-olds can apply to the draft, or I should say, right out of high school, players are draft eligible, which yeah, a lot of players straight out of high school. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, all right, I understand that. Got it. Yeah, high school players. Yeah, I will say that that is a big shift, like where you can draft a lot of guys more off potential, which is gonna raise the value of the pick for sure. We'll just see though, like how, like where's the pick gonna be at initially, and then how much is it gonna go up. I don't know how much is gonna go up. Um, it will raise the value of the pick for sure. Yeah. All right. For all you NBA and especially my Bulls fans, I appreciate y'all liking the stream. And if you're new to the channel, please go ahead and hit that subscribe button if you like Bulls content. I appreciate that a lot. I'm not ending stream just yet. I want to talk to David here for a second, and I'm probably going to talk to him after the stream. But overall, tonight, I know that the Bulls, they still don't look good. It's been a rough 4-game stretch until tonight, but I appreciated the Bulls finally showed up on the defensive end. They looked a lot better. I know it's against a Jimmy Butler-less Miami Heat team, but it still doesn't matter to me. I'm looking at it like, hey, you can beat the Minnesota Timberwolves and give 150 points when Karl-Anthony Towns and Rudy Gobert didn't play. Just beat a team. Just beat somebody. And they did that tonight, which was huge. And they're hopefully going to take this good defensive effort into tomorrow against the Atlanta Hawks. They should at least. That's going to be my real test, is if this Bulls team can kind of start righting the ship. Not saying keep the core guys, but at least play well. Can they do this consistently on a back-to-back game basis? That's the true test. Can you play good defense for 2 straight games in a row? Because we have not seen that all season. So it's important that the Bulls, at the very least, play good defense tomorrow in Atlanta. The offense has always just been a struggle this year. I'm just saying that's just going to stay broken until the Bulls can figure out their defense first. But limit the turnovers, that's a good start for the offense. And you can move on from there. But that's going to be it for me, guys, on the Bulls coverage and NBA talk. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me, as always. I know this is kind of like my return stream, as I have not streamed in a week and a half due to my sickness. So I'm glad to see that viewers are still showing up to the stream and enjoying it, even though I missed a week. So thank you guys a lot for the support. Thank you guys for the likes. And I hope to have more content out for you guys as I'm finally starting to feel a little bit better. Still sick, though. Still on antibiotics. Still trying to fight through this. But appreciate you guys a lot. David, you're still here, right? All right. You want to know about Andrew Benintendi. So for all you people that are watching right now still, I am a White Sox fan. It sucks. I am the fan of 2 teams that are owned by Jerry Reinsdorf. I hate being a fan of 2 Reinsdorf-owned teams, but it is what it is. But they did make a move, so I'm going to talk about baseball. It could be boring for you guys, and I apologize. But here's what I'll say, David. So I like the move. I think it makes this team better, the White Sox better for sure. It just I have a couple of issues with it, not with Benintendi, but more so how the money's being spent this offseason. Again, I think Benintendi helps this team because, one, we only have 1 outfielder in Luis Robert until Benintendi signs, so we officially have a second outfielder. So that's good. Also, we're gonna have an outfielder playing outfield. That's new for the White Sox. That's been an issue. So no more Andrew Vaughn, no more Eloy Jimenez, no more Gavin Sheets. Please, dear Lord, I do not want to see these guys out there in the outfield. So that obviously helps. That's a huge boost. Benintendi, he's I am aware of his lack of power. But I think a guaranteed rate field, we're going to see him hit close to like 13 to 15 home runs, which I think is going to help him, look a little bit better as an overall hitter. He's obviously a great contact hitter and is very patient, or more patient than the White Sox hitter. So I think that's going to help this lineup a lot where we have a little bit more balance. But the biggest thing that I appreciate with Benintendi is that he's going to be consistent, right? You know, at the very least, you're getting a 2-WAR player on every season. I know last season he had injuries, but he's been relatively healthy his entire career. So the White Sox basically paid for consistency, which I can't be too upset about. So overall, it's a good move in my opinion. And I was honestly kind of shocked that they did it because I did not expect the White Sox to have $15 million annually to spend. I thought that they were going to get Mike Clevenger and then sign Joey Gallo to like a $10 million 1-year contract. So I appreciate that they spent 5 years, $75 million on Benintendi. That's a better signing than signing Joey Gallo, in my opinion. My issue is this. The White Sox, they decided to spend $25 million or $10 million on Mike, or I guess I should say $8 million on Mike Clevenger. I know Brandon Nimmo got like paid, but like all I could think about is if the payroll was this high, which we did not expect it to be, by the way. Like we did not expect the White Sox to be spending $23 million this offseason. We expected around 15. If this was the case, then did we have a shot at Nimmo? Because I would have much rather had him. And then we could figure out the fifth starter later, right? That's kind of my issue. Obviously, I'm still pissed that we're not spending more money in general. We should be spending over $200 million. We won't. Which is stupid as hell because Jerry Reinsdorf. But yeah, he, like you said, he finally have a left-handed hitter. I think he's gonna be the number 2 hitter for the lineup, which I think is perfect. Against left-handers, though, I can see him sliding down to 6, which I have no issue with, and I like that he can hit against lefties as well. But yeah, overall, just a good signing. Gallo went to the Twins. I'm not too concerned about that, honestly. I think the Twins, they have issues. So I'm kind of glad to see him go to the Twins, not the Guardians. For whatever reason, he would go to the Guardians. Because right now, I think the Guardians currently are the better team than the White Sox. I know it's kind of like, well, the White Sox just had like a horrible year. But to me, right now, the Guardians are the better team because the White Sox have not shown, at least with their core players, that they can either, 1, stay healthy, or 2, perform consistently. Yoan Moncada is bad. He's just been inconsistent and just not showing up at the plate. Grandal, I don't know what we're going to get out of him this year. And to be honest, I'm just kind of, right now, my expectation is that the years that we got last season is what we're going to get this season. So, Luis Robert having that, wrist injury, I just expect him to get hurt. I just expect TA to get hurt at this point, which I know sounds depressing, but it's just the reality, I feel like. So for this team to take off, it has to come from internal improvement, no matter what. Like, no matter who the hell we sign. I don't care if we went out and signed Aaron Judge. I'd still be questionable if this team is gonna, like, I take the Sox over the Guardians if they sign Aaron Judge, but I would not take the Sox over other AL teams if they sign Aaron Judge. Like, no matter what, it's going to have to come down to internal improvement, right? Eloy Jimenez has to stay healthy and perform how he did after the All-Star break. Luis Robert has to stay healthy first and foremost, and then also perform. TA, stay healthy. Yoan Moncada has to perform. Like, this is a dude that we paid significant amount of money for, or two, and he is not performing. Grandal can't have that season. I don't think he will have that season that he had last season, but like, he has to do better. Jose Abreu was kind of that rock, but then he also declined in productivity last season. So, it's on, Andrew Vaughn to kind of step up. But Andrew Vaughn, if you kind of look at the numbers, had a better season than Abreu last season, and Andrew Vaughn played in less games. So I kind of expect Vaughn to be all right, especially now he's playing first every day. But again, it's going to come down to internal improvement for this team. with Benintendi, at least I know that we're getting a consistent 2-WAR player, and I'm happy with that. This team still needs a second baseman, in my opinion, which I don't think they're going to go after. And right field looks like it's going to be Oscar Colas, which I'm okay with because at least I know he's also a good defender. I think letting Abreu walk was a good... No, I agree with letting Abreu walk, by the way. I'm not saying that they should have brought him back, but he was also the one consistent player for this team, right? And that consistency is going away. I agree with the move. I do not want to spend 3 years, $20+ million for Jose Abreu, especially after the year he just had. His power numbers dipped, which is not good, right? So I'm not upset at that at all. I'm more so just concerned about this core with these guys. Like, can they stay healthy and can they consistently perform? We're gonna see. I mean, when TA is healthy, he performs. I have no doubt about that. But can he stay healthy? I don't know. So that kind of sucks right now. So with Benintendi, it helps. I like the move. I think the White Sox they need a the WordPress thing is okay. Don't worry about the WordPress. I don't need to don't worry about that right now. I'm not updating it at the moment, but if you're actually interested, here you go, David. So yeah, there's that going on with the Sox team. The Mike Clevenger deal, I'm honestly okay with. It's not amazing. I would have liked to. Oh, sorry, David. I would have liked to. I would have liked this better starting pitcher. Not saying get Verlander or get Jacob deGrom, but the Cubs got Jameson Taillon. I would have liked Jameson Taillon. I think that's a guy I would have liked more than Clevenger. Obviously, we're not spending the money for it, so it is what it is. So for the money that we spent, I'm pretty all right with Clevenger. He just needs to do he's coming off a second Tommy John surgery so last season he was coming off a second Tommy John surgery. This year he should, according to the numbers, be better than last season because of any pitcher that has a second Tommy John surgery and then actually comes back, they have a better year after their first year of recoveries or first year back. So it should be better, but again, it's like for the rotation, I'm looking at internal improvement. Okay, Dylan Cease is the ace, which is fine. Michael Kopech has to be better and actually stay healthy, for God's sake. I think Kopech is that guy. I truly do. It's just that, can he stay healthy? I don't know. And then Lucas Giolito had his worst year ever, which is kind of saying, or I guess his second worst year of his career. He needs to be better. I trust Lance Lynn, but you can't have two pitchers that you can trust going into the season. So, which we're going to be doing, which scares me. So I'm not that high right now on the White Sox. Like the Benintendi at least gave me hope that we can actually win the division. Without that Benintendi signing, I'm thinking that we're not winning the division at all. I think the Guardians, they got Josh Bell. I know they didn't make that many moves, but we saw last season the Guardians were the better team. There's no guarantee that the White Sox all their players become better after a horrible season, right? There's no guarantee that the White Sox players stay healthy. So it's just put me in a bad mood overall with the team. But the Benintendi signing at least gave me hope that they can win the division. Without that, I don't think they're winning the division at all. So that's at least a good sign. Lucas Giolito, the Spider Attack King. So I mean, I talked to you about this, David. Like, there is no evidence actually that Giolito was, like the Spider Attack was the reason why Giolito was performing so well. Like, he definitely used it. It's been evident that he used it, but he would, after the Spider Attack went away in 2021, he pitched better for the second half of that season after the Spider Attack went away. It's just that the 2022 season, the dude put on 25 pounds for some reason. It said it was 25 pounds of muscle. I think it was 25 pounds of fat. And he just sucked, and he lost a mile or two off his fastball. His slider all of a sudden became very, very, very flat. His changeup all of a sudden now, because he lost his life on his fastball, is just, it's a very hittable changeup now. Yeah. Garrett Cole's the real Spider Tag King. I mean, yeah, Garrett Cole's definitely the real guy, but like, I also think with Garrett Cole, like, he's still a good pitcher, right? Like, I haven't seen a player yet that's like, oh, since Spider Attack, they've become like legit unplayable because they lost to Spider Attack. You follow baseball more than me though, so you can let me know. But I mean, just because I'm oh shit, I pulled up a window on my other monitor. Yeah, that interview with Garrett Cole was hilarious. Yeah, I don't know how to answer that question. Like, yeah, that was ridiculous. But so just to show you, like, Lucas Giolito, so in this is a great piece by Jordan Lazowski. He went into like full out like, all right, is this Spider Attack, or is this just Giolito just sucks right now? And, you know, separating facts from fiction, he has been the same since the Sicky stuff. Well, again, you look at this, right? Post Sticky Stuff ban, he was better than when he had Sticky Stuff this season, this 2021 season. So it's like, what? There's no argument. He was never good in the first place. Well, no, he was actually good. I'm not saying Giolito's an ace, but he's definitely like a number 3 starter, like a number 3 very good starter on a team. He just was so bad. And so this season, you look at the velocity, right? You see that his fastball just suddenly died, right? He had one good game of good velocity, and then it died from June 19th forward, right? And this was then, of course, when he got COVID. So maybe COVID is affecting him still, and stuff like that. His fastball velocity, again, just continued to dip post June 19th of 2022. So his fastball just went down. Now, the other thing, too, is that he's not getting as much ride on his fastball, which is not good. Because that's something that Ethan Katz has fixed with Dylan Cease, which is that Dylan Cease's fastball was kind of dipping a little bit and not staying up high or rising, which, again, you can't rise a fastball. But with Giolito, his fastball started to drop and got hit harder, which to me, it's like, it's more about the fastball velocity, in my opinion, but who knows? I honestly don't know who's been worse or not. Almost everyone was using it. Some variations, hard to separate what's being worse without advantage and general variance year to year. Yeah, that's true. I just can't think of like a pitcher that like went from Sticky Stuff to that like they just could not pitch anymore. I don't know if Dallas Keuchel was using it, because if he was, then maybe that's the guy. But I don't think he was. I just think Dallas Keuchel sucks. So yeah, it's kind of crazy. And here's the thing, David. I actually think right now that they found another solution where pitchers are kind of starting to use like sort of sticky stuff, right? Not Spider Tack anymore, which was clearly changing the RPM and the spin rate and you know, the velocity of these pitchers, but they're finding a new like sticky thing that isn't affecting it drastically enough where the MLB's like, this is cheating. Like, we're starting to actually see like spin rates, they're starting to go up again. Like, the end of the season, the spin rates went up again. And it was like a significant enough increase where I'm like, that's noticeable, but it wasn't a significant enough increase where it's like pitchers are using something again. Or Spider Attack again. So, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see what the MLB does, but I also heard that the MLB, like, had 3 different balls the entire season, so like I don't know. Maybe the MLB had something to do with it as well. But yeah, that's my Andrew Benintendi and White Sox thoughts. This team should win the division if they all play to their potential. But I don't think that's a guarantee, unfortunately. Yeah, I agree with you. Like, no other sport does the ball change so much like the MLB. The ball changes so often. Oh, yeah, thank you for sticking around, to other person. I appreciate it a lot. Not me, by the way. I'm not watching my own stream. I don't do that. Alright. That's gonna do it for me on my stream. I'm starting to lose my voice, I can feel it. But again, thank you for sticking around. Appreciate you hopping in, David. I'm gonna mod you after the stream so you can moderate in the chat. But hopefully the Bulls get back on track, because my God, I understand if the Bulls are deciding like, hey, we're gonna trade DeMar, we're gonna trade Vooch, etc., etc. That's fine, and I'm all for it. But like, I want to see a team that's not gonna give up 150 points in a game. They can lose or whatever. It's like I can't stand watching bad basketball. And I hope those days are behind us. It's hard to say though with this Bulls team, because they'll somehow find a way to surprise us when we thought we couldn't be surprised anymore. But that's gonna do it for me, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out during the stream. I'll be back tomorrow, hopefully, for post-game stream after the Atlanta Hawks game. Hopefully the Bulls win that one as well. Thank you guys so much for watching. See y'all in the next one. Peace.
Yeah, they tell you that you should quit trying. You were too small, that you were too young. They tell you the chance is too slim, the world is too big, but you say how come? I'm ready to light a new fire, raise a new flag to cross a new sea. And if I'm ever the one in your way, then put your head down and run right through me. I keep settling for so much less. Don't take what's given, just a man. What's next? We're looking for an open door, so we didn't see before. So we can get out of here. Plot twist that we didn't see coming. We're looking for an open door, so we didn't see before. How will we get out of here? Well, we'll never stop running. It's something like a shadow in the valley, colossal. Open up your eyes, young one, and be watchful. Behind closed doors, trying to write a new gospel. They are not God, they're not even apostles. I come with the dumb drum banging you breathless. Enemies freeze, left bent and defenseless. Straight for the chest of anybody against us. The more they resist it, the more that they tempt us. I keep settling for so much less. Don't take what's given, just a man. What's next? We're looking for an open door, so we didn't see before. So we can get out of here. Plot twist that we didn't see coming. We're looking for an open door, so we didn't see before. And when we get out of here, we'll take off and never stop running. So I keep settling for so much less. Don't take what's given, just a man. What's next?